generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
All right, folks, are we here? Mic check. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for this one here. I had to do a total rework, I guess, as far as what everything I had originally set up here, so I apologize, I guess, for the delay. I don't know how this is going to work here. It may work, may not work. We'll just have to see what happens here. Yeah, definitely appreciate it, I guess, as far as everybody dropping on in for Spline Design Studios Saturday. What I initially had set up here, just to kind of give everybody a little bit of a clue, is I had two PCs set up. The repaired PC, and obviously the new one came in. I got that late Friday. try to get that all set up, and I had everything working. Everything was peachy keen. Well, it's good to see the emote walls are working. That's sweet. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So that was one of the other things. One of the other many things I guess I did. I know Torch was in the initial start there was redeeming those sound alerts. So that's another way you can use those sound alerts, as far as not only the ones in the chat bot itself, but also if you've got the channel fluid points, the channel points against below the chat there, you can do it that way too. Not 100% sure, and I think I was testing that out, I guess, in the previous run of the stream there, but if it does put a global cooldown on those particular sounds between the channel points and the ones you can redeem in the chat, you know, in the bot itself, as far as like the exclamation point hit and so on. So that means try something real quick. We're gonna test some things out here. I'm still loading up some other things that I intended to work on here, so I'm gonna play around with this a little bit for a second. Let's see here. So we got. Let me know, everybody, as far as if the audios are okay. Too loud, not loud enough. Just they are. Adjust them accordingly. I had to move a bunch of stuff around, totally bypass, I guess, the older PC. So I'm running completely off the new PC as it stands right now. So yeah, in an effort, I guess, to try and get the old PC, I guess, to connect it, there was something went wrong there. Huge crash to the point where I had to move cords and stuff, and it's like that was super fun. I'm gonna play around with this a little bit. I'm a little bit sweaty right now, so I'm glad I don't have a can on your ass. I'm a hot mess right now, so yeah, trying to get this thing going on here. I was super hyped. I guess maybe a little bit too hyped, I guess, as far as to get things running in a much more smooth fashion, I guess, than it did. But here we go. Let's see. Let me try this out here. So this one you can redeem. Okay, that one worked. So that one there is still the redemptions you can do with the chat bot itself. Those are still available there, but there are also some of those same audio commands redemptions are in the channel points. But like I said, if you do have the channel points, you can that way too. Just wanted to try that out there. So does that necessarily? See, I can't chat. That's messed up. So I can't actually, because I can't use channel points. I don't have an infinite number of channel points, I guess, because it's my channel. So it's I don't have any means to actually test to see if those redemptions work. So I'm gonna have to leave it up to you viewers, I guess, to try those out and see how it and that way I can get a better feel for how those are gonna work or not gonna work. So yeah, appreciate in that regard. Let's see. Yep, so getting things so loaded up here. Tweak this out here and make sure everybody knows that we're back on here. Yep, fluids should be on there, cool. Nice. There you go, of course, nice. Yeah, so the, nothing's changed, should have changed, I guess, in that regard, so it's, okay. Oh wait, did that, okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so people are, yeah, just gonna get the word out there, let everybody know that we're still out here. Oh, alright. There we go. I think we're good to go. Now, got this thing loaded up here, so yeah, this is a little bit, what I am noticing too, as I say this here, now that I've had to shift monitors and everything that I initially was going to try and do here, so this is going to be probably not the way I was. Hopefully y'all will kind of work with me and understand, I guess, what I'm having to deal with here. So bring this over. Actually, why is it? Oh my goodness, that's not what I wanted. What the heck? That is not. I wonder why. Okay, that's why it's doing it. So I wonder. Oh, hold on. Son of a gun, anyway. So yeah, in the process of shifting things over, something else I missed. That is not the way I wanted it. Ah, okay, we're gonna go with it. I'm not gonna waste any more time, I guess, on this in here. So when I shifted cables around as far as with the monitors and all that stuff, what it did is it changed the primary monitor. So now the one monitor that I have all my crap on, so I obviously want to show that one, so it's not gonna put. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to flip-flop something. Oh, biggie. Do this. Okay. Yeah, so I have a feeling if I shift that there, I'm crash things even bigger now. We're just gonna go with this for now, and I'll have to take note of it. Bring this over here. That might correct this issue that I'm having as far as running in 3ds Max here. As far as it's in here. Let's do this. This over here. There we go. Doing some things here. So I got the curtain hidden for now. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. It's okay. Alright. Oh, this works. I go. Alright, let's see how this works now. Yeah, so amongst the things that I think I am running into a problem with as far as between the two PCs, I'm running a 3.0. It's a USB 3.0. I think it's either the first. I'm not sure which gen it is. That might be a problem, but one of those was, I think, is a dud. As far as trying to run the two PCs, I was connecting things or whatever, I guess in that fashion with a USB hub between the two. That I think that hub that I got, I think is part of my issue. That's something just to keep in mind. And again, this is why I've had to shift cables and all that stuff, and I know I'm beating a dead horse with that, but just to get everybody to understand as far as delay, I guess, that has occurred, startup of this here. Alright, so yeah, this is gonna work. So let's bring this over. How this works. Listen. There we go. Okay, so now it's bringing that up. Sweet. So this is what I wanted to start off with here. I hope everybody's also having a fabulous holiday weekend. But I don't know what everybody's up to. This is what I'm doing here. I did some chores, I guess, earlier in the day, but yeah, I'm done adulting for that day, and we're gonna have some fun. Do some creative things here, as we like to do here with Spline Design Studios Saturday, and hope you enjoy it. So, is James in here? Happen to notice that. Might be lurking. Necessarily might be lurking. That's fair. Like I said, I'd with the holiday here. Yeah, with that the holiday here, I know plenty of people, they probably got their own plans to do, and that's perfectly understandable. Let's. Oh, got some cords tangled up. Okay, it's some more things here. Don't mind me. That's probably not going to work that way. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to rethink my entire setup here. I had because. Yeah, what I wanted to do isn't going to work. So I'm just shifting things, I guess, even as we speak. So, just to kind of make it a little bit visible. Do these things, okay. Get everybody. You should. Okay, let's try this. Wow. Alright, I can already see that's going to be a issue. Oh, no. Alright, let's just put this up here. Okay. There's that. Don't even know if I'm going to need to use that. Okay. Get that out of the way. I've got things on the floor and cables everywhere. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's always fun trying to figure out new things here, that's for sure. You did gardening? Nice. You did some gardening. Made a buck of homemade pickles. Yeah, you were mentioning that as far as when I was in the process of working out all my issues here. Yeah, you said you were pickling some things. Nice. Cool. Yeah, so I assume the pickling that you're doing there, that comes from the garden, right? I assume that's what was involved with the gardening is the pickles, and you're doing some canning of that, I think you were saying. Is that a word too? Is that you made a buck of homemade pickles? So it's like, does that mean a small thing, or is that what's the elaborate on that if you could? Okay. Oh, a bunch. Gotcha. So yeah, spell check. Gotta love spell check. Made a bunch of pickles. So what's a bunch? I mean, you make like more than a dozen? Because I think in the standard mason jars, from the way I remember back when I was little, and grandma and whatever used to do that, you know, it's like, used to put like, I don't know, depending on how big your pickles were, if you sliced them or kept them whole, or whatever like that, you'd put like, I don't know, six to eight pickles in a jar. Something like that. 9 32-ounce jars. Okay. 32-ounce jars. Oh, those are big suckers then. Okay. I'm with you. You're using the big jars then, the 32-ounce. Pretty cool. Oh, 9 quart size. Oh, quart size. That's still pretty big. Yeah, those are the bigger jars. Yeah, trying to remember, quart, pint, yeah. It's still a pretty nice size. 9 of them though, huh? That's some pretty nice sized pickles then. Not a big pickle fan, honestly, but yeah, I can appreciate the process, I guess. Oh, you grow your own dill too? Oh yeah, that's the way to do it. That's definitely the way to do it. So, okay, still trying to move some things around here, so bear with me. So, this thing here that I'm working on, it's some things for Dairyland map. There's some ideas that I've got for here, and it's just a lot of small projects to do. There's some bigger things too, and then they have to do with some new fill types for the Dairyland map for Farm Sim 19 and all that. But it's I figure I'd focus a little bit smaller stuff. I want to bite off more than I can chew, I guess, on this thing, because I could really get into some really thick work, I guess, as far as with the adding certain fill types that I want to add to the next update to the map. And it'll probably be, just for anybody that's interested, it'll probably be the last update to the map for Farm Sim 19 up until Farm Sim 22 comes out. They've already made that official announcement that I've mentioned too. So for anybody that is following, I guess, as far as Giant Software, as far as the development of FS22, it will be coming out on November 22nd, which is their normal time to release it. It's only going to be a year late. So it would have normally been FS21, because it usually went in 2-year increments as far as from FS19, FS21. They weren't able to get one out for 21, so they're just continuing, I guess, for next year. So as far as just like their pattern has gone, they're following the 2-year span, and it's only going to be a year off. So whether that's going to continue to be the case, I guess, as far as moving forward, that's what they're going with, and we're happier for it, I guess. A lot of new things that are coming too, I have to mention. Again, if anybody already knows it, this might be just a redundancy. You already have looked into this, but one of the main things that Giants is looking into, because they're totally developing their game on their own now. They're not going through any other publisher or developer. They're doing everything in-house now. So it's leaving them a lot more options to add things that they never had before. And one of those things that they're considering to adding to their own new engine that they're producing for FS22 is adding parallax occlusion. Now, just for anybody that doesn't know quite all the dynamics, I guess, of parallax occlusion, it's basically a dynamic shading, so it adds depth to things without needing a normal map, which is in the form of a texture. So parallax occlusion onto a model is much the same thing as we see with ambient occlusion as a static shading, for an object. This is something that they're developing in their new engine for FS22. Huge, and that's not only going to be available on as far as the equipment, the parallax occlusion, but also for ground textures. So as far as the potential for them to create ruts in the ground, to the point like if you're using heavy equipment and it leaves like a rut, from digging into the mud or the ground, you'll have that now. That's going to be huge, I guess, with FS22. We haven't seen anything like that up until they announced that. So they've been showing and teasing out shots, I guess, of that stuff. So that's pretty cool. That's cool to see that the emote wall's working there. So they had all the emotes that do show up in the chat. They show up on the screen there too. I guess it's kind of. So any emotes that you have to spam when they're there will definitely go like that. So I figure if we have more, if we have more hype trains or whatever going on on the stream here, we got that to our advantage now. Cool. Okay. Yo. What did I miss there? Torch coming on in. He rescribed it. Okay. Nice. So we got Torch coming in with the resub for 21 months. 21 months with that Twitch Primes resub. Some hype in the chat. Exclamation point hype in the chat for the resub. I need to get one of the things too I am really considering investing into is a stream deck as far as like air horn sounds and all that good stuff, because we need to there we go. Yeah, so that's working. There's the emotes. That's what I wanted to see. Sweet. We're just testing that out there. We probably got a lot of lurkers in the chat here, and that's appreciate that. And I totally understand that. Like I was saying earlier, is holiday weekend. I'm sure a lot of people are spending some time, I guess, as far as setting off the fireworks and just spending time, I guess, out in the nice weather. If you've got that there, I know we've got some pretty decent weather here. It's a little hot, not quite as humid, but it's nice weekend. I totally get it. I do have some adjustments as it like I was leading into as far as to make on this what I've got here now. I need to really figure out and do something about it. I want to be able to do the dual PC thing there, so that I can do like one of the things I had planned on, and obviously this is going to be a flop, just because of the other PC. I'm totally disconnected from the old PC at this point. Like I said, I'm entirely on the new one, brand new. So it's what I was hoping to be able to do is do like a picture-in-picture of sorts between that the old PC and the new one, as far as things are going on. So if I had Max running, I could run the game on the other one, and so on, and vice versa, and be able to show what's going on. So not only show what I'm working on, but also to show the final product, as far as in its element type of thing. That was my intention. Whether or not I can actually get that figured out to where I can actually do that realistically, that's still yet to be determined at this point. But that was part of things that I was hoping for, I guess, with the start, other than what happened there. So that's all I can. That's all I can do. All I can do. So anyway, with this thing here, like I said, also saying is just keeping things simple here. I've got this thing. I've been working on this one. It's a small project for the Dairyland map in FS19. This will be a part of one of the final updates to the Dairyland map in FS19 up until FS22 comes out. So there was a request and or a need of sorts, or however you want to put it, I guess, as far as to put loose items like grass and hay as opposed to baling stuff, right? So I've made in the current version of the Dairyland map, there's places to put like your baled items, as far as your grass and your hay and your alfalfa and so on, but there's nowhere to put any of the loose stuff. And it was brought to my attention, so it's like it'd be nice if there was a place to put the loose stuff instead of having to bale it, because then it requires more equipment, I guess, to have to do that. So if you can just mow it, pick it up with a loading wagon and shove it, loose, I guess, in a bin, you know, out of the weather so it doesn't get wet and so on like that, then there you go. So this is what I've thought of here, and whether or not I 100% go with this design or not, I'm not sure. My thought was with these openings in the back, these are like a traditional type of storage for loose grasses and stuff like that. So typically what you would have is like a conveyor coming out the back here. Let's see if I can spin this around. So out the back here, you'd have like a conveyor to be able to scoop this out, you know, in the form of a heap. So you would load it in from this side and bring it out in the form of a conveyor out the back here into a trailer as you need it, you know, as far as in loose form. Or you can just scoop it out with a shovel on the front end. So like I said, I don't know if I want to keep this design or not. I've got it fully textured, it's fully mapped, so on and so forth. But what I did come to the conclusion, what I might want to do is something similar to what I did with, and I already collapsed this too, that's another thing. But the way I built this, it wouldn't be that hard, and I guess that's one of the things I want to go over, is being able to separate parts that you've already collapsed, to be able to modify those areas, I guess, you know, so that they're not, you know, basically uncollapse it, isolate them, you know, detach, all that good stuff. I've done that, I've shown that process before, but I figured it's a pretty good review. I figured I got to do it anyway to this thing, because what I came to the conclusion of is that I need to make this bracing up at this part here, I need to make it non-collidable. And based on certain equipment that you would use in here, and the game dynamics and, you know, how the collisions work on that, sometimes you can get caught up on that, and it makes it somewhat of a detriment sometimes, I guess. So I'll leave the visual or the bracing here to support the roof, but it won't have any collision here, so you'll be able to clip through that without it hitting that. And some might necessarily argue, it's just like, well, that would happen in reality. True. Well, when you add to the dynamic as far as how the equipment works in Farm Sim 19, not that it's a flaw or anything like that. Sometimes things go a little bit, you know, array, you know, just astray, and you need a means, I guess, as far as not get hung up on things and not be able to get out of it. You know, as far as to have to reset a piece of equipment or sell it, you know, just to be able to get out of harm's way, I guess, of certain collidable properties. So I figure I've done this, like I said before, with one of the current styles designs of a similar structure for bales to remove collision, I guess, on parts right there, but still leave the visual of it so it doesn't lose any integrity. So rather than to chunk all that out, you know, to remove the collision, still leave it there, but, you know, as far as the visual, but you can clip through it. The equipment will have the ability to clip through without getting hung up on it, if you will. That's the idea. Just nice having you back. 79 here. Yeah, it definitely feels good. It's just super annoying, I guess, as far as some of the issues that I have. I know last week we had some weather come through, and I did get going again, but yeah, I had some issues during that stream. I did end up putting that stream, because thankfully what I did was I saved as I was streaming last time, and that might have been part of my problem too, and that was still on the repaired PC, mind you, too. So that was before I got the new one here, as I am now. But I did save the VOD, if you will, as far as like as I was streaming, I was saving that locally to the machine, so I was able to upload last week's stream to the channel, and eventually I will get that over to the YouTube as well, just as I do all the other live streams here on the Twitch channel. So just to keep everybody aware, because as far as nothing's going to change, I guess, in that regard. So be on the lookout. If you miss it out on Twitch here, you can always catch it on the YouTube channel. Exclamation point YT in the chat should give you the link for that. And there's right there. Thank you, bot. Appreciate you, bot. See, the bot knew. The bot knew what it was reading my mind. So yeah, this is what we're going to do on this model. Is basically I need to select and isolate this area here with the cross bracing on this front side. So this is the front side of this particular barn, and this is the back side, and then of course the roof and the bottom and so on. So what I need to do is isolate and detach these two bars with all this cross basing, so that I can remove collision on that. Because right now, like, this is all collapsed together, all collapsed. So okay, let's see what we can do here. I know I've been flapping my gums enough here, and you're probably gonna just, let's like just what's this model, for crying out loud, right? That's a fair point. Where do I want to start here? I think what I'm gonna do, I don't really need to remove collision on these vertical posts here, just on this bracing here. So I'm gonna go into poly mode, and I think the way I'm gonna do this is change this to, in my selection, to spray. So yeah, I think this will work a little bit. We're gonna try and see. So if we go like ish, oop. Yeah, and I need to get out of that, so that's something else. So what happened there, you might have saw that, say I was in the rotation mode. When I selected that poly, it actually rotated it. So I just did a undo. You can also do Control Z and put it back to normal. But what I need to do is get off this rotation, go into here, so that I can go in here and select. And I don't want that poly. I might have to turn on back facing, or ignore back facing, possibly. Maybe. Let's do this. I'm just trying to see what's going to work out best as far as what I need to do. Those selected there. Let's try it this way. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, there we go. Oh, you missed. Bummer. Yeah. Just like I was mentioning too, what I am gonna have to figure out is getting that vertical one in there anyway. Shoot. I gotta have to adjust as far as which monitor is my primary on this one here too. So. Scolded, and he said, "I don't think so." Man, that bot is not being nice at all. Not at all. Bad bot. Bad bot. Hopefully he'll come around. Alright, so I need to do this. Yeah, I had that vertical one here, and I don't really need to get that. And as I've put it before, there's a lot of little slivers of this in here. So there's actually quite a bit of detail. And I used the same type of design in that other barn that I was talking about as far as to be able to store bales. Same kind of thing. It's actually got a lot of, as far as like a steel beam, as far as like an I-beam type of thing. Let me see if I can get this into view here. Definitely do anybody out there, if the volumes on either the background music or myself is either too loud, not loud enough, definitely let me know. Make sure we get that corrected. Yeah, so from this angle you can kind of see it's kind of like an I-beam. So it's got like the top piece there, it's got the narrower center section and wider again on the bottom, so it's just like an I-beam. You can kind of see it up on these top rafters here too. So like I said, much the same design as I've used in that other thing, and that's in the form. It's on the YouTube channel. Yeah, it definitely hates you today. It seems like it. Hopefully it comes around though. Okay. But yeah, this is and I showed this before. I guess as far as the way you construct your models, you kind of make it. You try to do it in a way that it's going to make it easier for you. So like, I always like to figure about re-engineering. As far as if I have to reverse engineer it at any point to modify it later on. Make it simpler on yourself. So just as we would like to have all the detail in the world in a model, sometimes that's not always possible, especially when it comes to having to edit it later on. So you can see how many polys are in this, and there's quite a few. But for Farm Sim, it's not so much of an issue in comparison to some of the other games that have done some models for, like Inter 2003, for example. Sometimes you definitely have to still keep things much more less complex if you will. So, nice thing about this, regardless of what type of tool I got to select with here, I can select one poly at a time or just kind of drag select type. And if I miss any polys in the process of me doing this, and I detach it, I can always pick up the remnants, I guess, and collapse those together. So it's not really that much of an issue. Not really that much. There's ways around that, and I'm sure it'll definitely present itself in that same fashion as I say as we do this. So yeah, kind of curious to know what everybody else has been up to, and what do you got? Any plans for the holiday? I guess as far as this 4th of July, if any. And what other projects has everybody been working on, if at all? Torch, I know we've talked off stream, I guess, as far as some of the work that you've been doing on the Texas Motor Speedway still, as far as with the grandstand. I'm going to be completely honest, the grandstand that I was working on prior to going, having all the PC problems that I did there as far as getting back into it, I don't even know if I still have all that. I've gone through a lot of my files, as far as my directories and stuff like that. I don't know what I did with it. I don't know if it got lost in the balance with, I don't want to say it. If it got lost in the balance with all the things that went wrong, I guess, with the PC prior to it getting fried and all that. I'm not sure. Honestly, not sure. No. Okay, that's fair. So you're just chilling out at home, huh? Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. I know they have fireworks activities or whatever around here, and they've been booming off here pretty much since Thursday. So Thursday they had a small, a short show. Yesterday was a little bit more. Tonight I think is their biggest one. Sunday I don't think they're doing anything, because Monday is obviously the holiday. I know a lot of people do have it off. A lot of people I know do have it off. If most of them have gone back to work, and some of them do have it off, so it's kind of cool. Long holiday, well deserved too, I'm sure. Especially after the year we've had. It's good to see everything starting to get back to normal again. Much as normal can be. Oh, you've completely redone it? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. Now, when you say completely redone it, was the one that Racer James had originally done, was that not sufficient? Just curious, because I know the one that Racer James had done there, that was pretty spot on. As far as like the heights of things, because we didn't have the LiDAR information when it was originally made, that wouldn't necessarily have to get redone. But as far as like the top-down representation of it, as far as from that angle, that was pretty daggone. I do remember that as far as like what I was able to last work on when I was streaming that. Most of that was pretty, even to include like the big Haas model and things like that. At some point, I wouldn't mind getting back into doing some more stuff for Enter 2003, but my biggest push right now is just get caught up on all the farm sim stuff that I wasn't able to finish. Like this small little project here, this was something I was trying, wanting to get done, I guess, as far as up until the PC got zapped or whatever back in February. So in a few months, and it's been a lot of playing catch up. Mustard. Use it as Infinity finishing touches on stand. Use it as a guide. Rebuilt a lot of it, okay. Curious to see what you came up with. Definitely curious. We'll have to, hopefully maybe we can get a glimpse of that, I guess, at some point. Be able to show what you've done. That is if you're still, you know, willing, I guess, to show, I guess, as far as what you've done anyway. That's something you want to keep on the low down up until you're done. That's perfectly fine too. It's understandable. Use bits and pieces, okay. So you can really see, you know, as I'm doing this here, you can see just how much detail are in each of these beams. There's a lot of little slivers of polys in here, and as I was saying, there's really not as much of an issue in Farm Sim as far as like having this much detail in a model as there is in some older games. Could I necessarily tone these down a little bit? Absolutely. I absolutely could, but I don't know, kind of in my own ignorance, I wanted to see what Farm Sim, you know, could really handle in the form of you know, some detailed. Rather than using a normal map on here, just making a simple square and putting a normal map on that, it would kind of lose. Now with this parallax occlusion that I mentioned earlier, that's going to be introduced to Farm Sim 22, you could essentially do that. So as you build your model, it would be more simplified. So I could make like a simple square on this, and then as far as parallax occlusion is concerned, which will be built into the game, so I'd imagine it's going to be like in the form of built-in shaders for their new engine in FS22. It'll allow for depth in structures based on a simple model. So regardless of, so depending on how much depth you want, so like, just to kind of put it in simple terms, I could create just a simple box, and based on the parallax occlusion, which will be, like I said, will be included in their game engine, you'd be able to adjust how much depth is in the model as far as, you know, if it's got more, like if this was pushed in more, if this was out, so on and so forth. So those different points in the model would be able to be adjusted based on that parallax occlusion. So parallax occlusion is somewhat on the same lines of ambient occlusion. You still have to create like a shading map, which they'll also have in there. So they're gonna work. It's gonna be interesting to see how it actually will come together in that new game engine that they're coming up with. Well, in a sense, you'll be using two forms of shading to apply depth to an object. So otherwise making the objects much more simplified. Okay, so you don't have as many faces and polys and vertices as I do in this model, and you'll be able to control depth and detail, I guess, in a structure based on a simplified model in the form of shaders. So it'll be really interesting to see how that all pans out. That's one of the things I'm really interested to see when Farm Sim 22 comes out in November. So I have decided, though, I probably won't pre-order it. I will eventually get it, and right now, even just with what I've said there, and I understanding, like again, as I said, that Giants is completely, they're producing and publishing and everything, the simulation all in house now. They're not going through any publisher, no, because they were going through Focus Entertainment Group and so on. Just for anybody that knows. And obviously that removed a lot of unnecessary, it reduced a lot of costs that they had on their end. But with the fact that they're doing everything in-house for this development of FS22, FS22 is on pre-order right now for $50. That is the most that has ever been accosted to a Farm Sim title, Farm Simulator title, since it came out. You know, so a lot of big changes going on with Giants, whatever, as far as you know, them doing it themselves. There's a lot of added costs. This is the point I'm trying to make, as you know, rightfully so. So they got to be able to absorb that cost somehow, and the way they're doing that is in the cost of the simulation of, you know, FS22 itself, the whole thing. They're going to be having, you know, they've put a lot of podcasts out too, but I know I've been trying to keep up with it. But they've had you know, podcasts and blogs that they've posted about what's going to be in it and so on, and lots of new equipment. There's going to be like 100 new pieces of equipment. It will have 3 maps as opposed to their standard 2 that they've always had in their renditions. So at the base level, there will be 3 maps available by default. They've already put out, they have not released as far as what the Euro map will be. Usually they always have an American style map and a Euro map. They haven't necessarily revealed or mentioned as far as what the EU map looks like, what its name is and all that. But 2 of the maps we do know about, and one of them is going to be what was in the Alpine expansion for FS19, which is Erlengrad. I did do some playthrough on that map in the Alpine expansion for FS19. And I think it's Elm Creek. I think I forget the range. Elm Creek is the US version of the default map that'll be in FS22. Very nice looking map so far from what I've seen. Very nice. So it has somewhat of a, for anybody that follows the Farm Sim titles, it has much the same feel as Westbridge Hills, you know, back in FS17. It's got a lot of that vibe, but much more. Much more. And again, with all these new aspects to the graphics, to the overall game, like the parallax occlusion, it's the other one of the other things too that's going to be default and at the core level, I guess, of the game is going to be built-in seasons, so you won't need a mod for it anymore, and you will have the ability to be able to toggle it off if you don't want to use it. And for anybody who does know, I guess, as far as when you play Farm Sim with seasons, it adds that extra layer of realism to the gameplay, as far as, you know, you have to go through all the planting, you know, spring, summer, fall, all that stuff, as far as anything that comes to include snow, you know, frozen ground and all that stuff. That's what you'll have to deal with. And if you don't want to do that, if you just want to play it, you know, kind of without it, that, you know, you have that ability too. So the fact that they're adding that option to it, pretty cool. So it looks like I got most of this isolated. And, you know, and as I was saying, if I do miss some of these faces in the process here, I will be able to pick up the remnants to it after I detach this one and hide it. So not too much of a big issue, but I think I got most of what I wanted to get here. I think I'm going to leave this beam and just isolate these cross beams and this lower beam. I think I'll leave this beam with collision. It's just all this stuff that hangs here. I think that'll work. I'm gonna try it that way. If it doesn't work out the way I might like, I can always adjust from there. But yeah, there are probably quite a few polys in here. You know, in comparison to some of the games, that'd be like, not very good. But as far as having too many little, you know, little dinky slivers on it, it's not that bad. Not that bad. In fact, overall, as I'm doing this, you can see so far I have, out of everything I got selected here, I got 358 polys. There's a lot going on here. You know, between just each individual beam, not to mention just everything that I got in here. That's actually not that bad. This is actually pretty reasonable, you know, for what I got selected here. Now, if I had a lot of this selected here, if this was already well over 1,000, that'd be a different story. I've seen plenty of models built that way, and that's just crazy. Not just my opinion, but that's definitely it's not a very optimized model. If I had what I got selected here currently, if it was like at or right around 1,000 already, that's bad. That would have to be, in my opinion, I'll just put it as my opinion, that would have to be optimized. Okay. How are we doing here? So like everything's no drop frames either, so that's cool. Yeah, I honestly do feel that part of the problem is it kind of stinks that I'm only able to run on the one PC. I've got a lot of work to do, I guess, as far as to I got to number one figure out, I guess, what was going on, I guess, as far as what the communication, I guess, of the other PC to this new one, but also I'm gonna have to adjust some things and shift some things around so that it's right now I've got cords stretched all over the place, I guess, as far as to just to combine getting things going here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I didn't want to have to skip, not stream, because that would be bad. Right now, as it stands, I haven't been able to stream anything any other than Saturday. This is kind of my time, I guess, as far as to catch up with everybody as far as what's going on out there. Because during the week, so far, it's been kind of hectic. You know, it's just kind of hectic. So it's kind of nice just to be able to do this thing as a kind of a calm thing. You know, it was kind of creating a little bit of stress for me, I guess, as far as the fact that I wasn't able to see. I got all this stuff on the backside here. Crap. Ugh. Okay. Gotta figure out how I can get that. I got this on orthographic, which makes it a little bit easier. But what I might do, and just as I was saying, what I could do, just to kind of eliminate, because I'm going to end up clipping into a lot of stuff here, right? So I think what I will do, in order to get those backside faces of what I got selected here, and you can kind of see through here, see all that stuff I missed falling through here. So as a means to get at those, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and detach this. This is the way it is, and it'll be fine. I'll be able to get the rest of it. Detach this, and I can get the remnants. What I'm going to do is I think I'm going to detach the roof so that I can get at those backside of these beams here, and that should work out pretty good. So let's go ahead and detach this, and I'll just leave it as that right now. We're not going to keep it this way, so once we get it all we need to work with selected, then we'll go ahead and rename it so that we can do what we want with it, to make it a separate piece and yada yada. So we'll just leave it like that for now. We're not concerned with the name. What it will do is it'll create a new object in our list, like that. So what I want to do is select that and go ahead and hide it for now. So now what I'm going to do is select the whole model. So now you can see all the remnants that are left. I can pick those up. So if I render this, it should mostly be those back sides. And just check this. Yep. So it's going to be mostly those back faces. Yep. That's why you can see some of it. So yeah, we got a lot to still pick up on there to be able to get what we need to work with that. But now you can kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to isolate here. I'm going to leave this beam at the top of the roof here with collision, and then the rest of that will not have collision. But it'll still have that visual representation for the structure, I guess, to support that roof. Okay, so what I want to do with the whole model selected, I'm going to go into poly, and I'm going to select these faces here. This here could definitely be. I remember what I ended up doing here when I built this model. This is going to give you some ideas. Some of you might ask, like, why do you got all these polys in here like this? What I ended up doing is to kind of, as I built this thing, I started off only making it this big. What I ended up doing, I already had that piece. I cloned that entire model, right? And then I cloned it and then just basically stapled it on, I guess, as the front end, and then I collapsed it all together. And this is what created all these individual polys up on here. So what I might even do that with, by detaching this, I might make this as one continuous poly instead of having all these separate. It'll optimize it a little bit better. There's really no need to have all this. You're not doing anything other than a repeated pattern or just across this, so there's no reason to have this like that. So we might end up fixing that roof. Yeah, so even in the process of reinventing and repurposing, I guess, this original design, you know, there's things you can do, I guess, in the process, I guess, of doing that too, as far as you can fix what I just explained. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. So let's select all these polys here for the roof, attach it as much the same as we did as those other polys, and I don't really need the edges, I don't think. I'm gonna go ahead and get them anyway. I'm already here. Why not? Get all these edges here for the roof. That's the thickness of it. Oh, we don't want that one, though. Oh, thank you. Okay. You dirty rat. It's a little slip in the mouse is all. The cord for this, I use corded devices for, it's probably fair to mention too, I don't use anything wireless. I'm just fed up with replacing batteries and such. And I hate things that fail, because as far as when I'm in the middle of doing something and the batteries go dead, as far as using wireless devices, as far as in the form of mice and whatever, it's just like I'm just done with that. So I am using a cord, so it is kind of, like I said, I got cords running everywhere, every which way now because of how I had to reset this up here just to do this. So if you find me selecting things like I did there, it's because of that. Okay. I will get this thing set up better to where it's not that much of an issue like that. I just didn't want to spend the better part of another day, I guess, as far as to do that. I figure I need to keep these streams here for Spline Design Studios Saturday going. I'm going to have to get this bottom side here, too. Yep, so it's going to be this way. So I'm just going to go ahead and isolate all these roof pieces here. List all of them. And we'll detach that as a piece. And I'll probably rebuild that. I'm going to restructure that. So it doesn't have all these individual polys. Because like I said, we don't need it. Don't really need that. These, like I said, are all evident because of how I clone a much smaller piece here. You can see this divide right here. I had it only this big initially, as far as just this back half. And then I pieced it on here, and then I had added the slope to it and all that jazz, and it's created all these. So whether or not I go ahead and break these down to smaller polys, that could still be done. Just to optimize a little bit better, because the more polys, as far as, as we understand how models are constructed, the more polys, faces, verts, and so on that you have in a model, regardless of the capability of the game itself, it still has to render all that. It still has to process it and try to make sense of it and so on. So when you make it a much more simpler model, as I was saying, as far as the way Giants is, adding more shading options, to add more depth and detail, I guess, to simplified structures. There would be no reason to add all these additional polys that we in vertices and such. Yeah, just making sure I got all this. This is really going to be interesting to see as far as how all that's going to look. Yeah, see, so I left this little rut in here to be able to put the conveyor in the back here, so it's got a depression here. So in order to set the wheels or even the conveyor itself to make sure it's below the ground, so that it's, you can get all the grass and whatever that's in here. See, it's got a little depression in here. Like I said, I don't know if I'll keep that in there or not. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Yeah, it was kind of an idea that I had as far as to put the conveyor that are in game, as far as to be able to get the conveyor into this and have it set and be able to scoop up all the stuff below the ground level, I guess, if that makes sense. So it's kind of be like its own built-in vacuum sweeper. Because the conveyor has a function as far as being able to grab anything that's on the ground, but it's only at, if it's at the same level as the conveyor itself, as opposed to dropping it down below where it would be harder to get everything off the ground. That's kind of why I added that depression. And it also would add a means to be able to kind of isolate the conveyor so that it doesn't slide around, doesn't get bumped around or whatever like that. It's kind of locks it in place a little bit. So it kind of serves more than one purpose. I haven't been able to test it in game yet, but the concept of it, at least that's what I was thinking of. Okay, so we got all the roof. I think we do. All right, I'll go ahead and attach that. And I am going to go ahead and name this roof because I want to know, just to keep items simplified on our list as far as what is what, since we're adding things that we don't really want to mess with right away. I want to be able to know which one's what without having to select it, I suppose. So we're going to go ahead and name this. We'll just name this roof. Like so. And okay, there. Now this piece I can select separately and hide that. Cool. Now we got the roof up. Now it's still in here, right? It's still just in my... This is all my hidden objects. So we got those pieces there, and we're going to get that all collapsed together so we can have all those cross bursts, I guess, in one piece as well. And that's, I had to remove the roof, I guess, and be able to do that. So here we go. Now we're to this point. Now we got the roof out of our way. Now we can get all the rest of these faces for our cross beams here. Go ahead and select the whole model. Back into poly mode. And now we should be able to select all this much easier. I could have did that right from the get-go, honestly, but didn't really know I was going to have to until we got to that point, I suppose. Now I'll be able to deselect all this, so detach it as another object, and then we can collapse all the related parts appropriately and make it one piece, and we can call them whatever we want. At this point here, I'll just probably call them front cross beams or something. Whichever. Call them trusses. You know, and naming them, you know, as far as in the items list here for this year, is just, you know, so you can tell, you know, just by looking at your list here, and keeping in mind too that as you name stuff, 3ds Max is going to alphabetize it. So if you want something that's closer to the top, how you name it is going to help you, especially if you've got several different pieces of your model, of a model in here. This might not necessarily end up, but it could. And, you know, if you want to look for something that's that has more emphasis on what you want to work on, you might want to name it in such a fashion that it's going to be first on the list, for example. Use that to the advantage, I guess, as far as how that goes. And that's all by default in Max, of course. I don't usually mess with too much of the default settings for Max. Okay, how are we doing there? Cool. Alrighty then. Yeah, so some of this I already got in the previous selections. That's why there's going to be gaps in here. That's fine. We're going to be able to piece this all together in separate pieces here now. Piece it all together in an instead. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Just a little bit. Okay. Hope I ain't losing anybody. Yeah, it's much easier this way. See, I could probably do this much the same fashion in vertex mode, but I figure with the poly mode, if there does happen to be like remnants of anything that I'm trying to select this way, I can always go into vertex mode just to make sure there isn't any strays, and I can grab those and detach that and be able to collapse that all together. You know, so there's definitely ways of being able to. Not a big deal. Okay. You know, as I was saying, I figured I had to work on this anyway, as far as some of the things I need to do for Farm Sim, for that update of Dairyman, which would be one of the last ones, like I said, up until... Oh, crap. Wrong button. That's the Windows button, dummy. Undo. There we go. Crisis averted. Alright, so we got that. I think we got it all. Okay, so everything's looking good there, so go ahead and attach that. And I'm going to leave that as object 2. And let's see what else we got left. Let's select that piece and we'll look and see what we got left. What do we have left that we miss? Hide that. Yep, so we still got some pieces here. We're getting there, though. Getting there. Yep. So, yeah, as I was saying here, so you got all these little... You can still use poly mode, polygon, and to select those pieces. But let's go to vertex mode. So another way you can do this, what'll happen is if you select the vertices, the appropriate vertices that will go to the polys that you're trying to get, you can... those vertices are attached to those polys as well. So what I could do, I'm gonna grab these, and that's gonna grab those polys as well. What it might not get is the ones that are up here. So you gotta make sure you get all the vertices that are attached to those particular polys. So this might be a little bit more difficult to do in some cases. We're gonna give this a try. Yeah, so as I select all these vertices, it's actually selecting the polys that are related to those vertices. Okay. Yeah, so I'm hoping it'll actually get this strip that's left here too, you know, as far as one of the bottom strips of that beam. Okay. Now I'm putting this in an orientation that I'm not running into, because I do have ignore backfixes, but I want to make sure that I'm not selecting any vertices that I don't want involved in the selection. So I kind of put the orientation of the model in such a way, so if I put it something like this, if I try to select the vertices that's there, it might select some vertices that I don't want. So I'm putting it in such a fashion that I don't potentially grab any vertices that I don't want to have in the selection as well. Yeah, I'm going to leave that top beam. This beam right here, I'm going to leave that. Extending these adjacent vertices that go into it, I definitely want to make sure those are selected. Alright, so we got... Okay, so we got some vertices for that angled piece, and then, okay. We're going to need all that. Want to need all that. So in some cases it could be more, so something like this, the fact that when these vertices are kind of buried into that wall a little bit, it can sometimes be an advantage, I guess, to do it this way as opposed to polygon selection. But yeah, again, as I select these vertices here, it's going to select those related polygons or faces as well. So I missed this one right here. Yeah, so that's that for that angle piece there. And is there a vert going up into this? Whoa. Not sure if there is or not. Hard to tell. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna check and see if there's a vertice. There should be a vertice that's going right there. There's that little bugger. Yeah, so the fact that there was this angle piece up there, had to be a vertice there, so otherwise there wouldn't be a piece going up. Yeah. Cool. So that's as I was saying. It might be a little bit harder, I guess, to be able to find a vertice and get the poly easier. So it's just a matter of using the appropriate level, I guess, as far as to be able to get what you want selected. Just to make sure you get it all, too. Don't want to leave any strays. Okay, so I'm guessing there's probably some here, too. Oh, I guess like I got them all. So I got all these right here. Those are good, but it looks like on this end, same thing as on the other end of this. You have there, so I need to get, see all these vertices here. I missed all these after I did all this poly selection. There's some ends to these beams here that are still buried in the wall. See, I want to make sure I have all that stuff. Yeah, I want to make sure I have all that. Let's do this. All that. Okay. You got her all. Hopefully I'm not putting anybody to sleep. I know it's going to be easier, pretty easy to do, I guess, as far as, especially getting to that point of this one. I know it's a little bit later of a stream, I guess, than I normally do. I try to get these going like 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, And I'm going to have to go a little bit later just to get some things figured out there. But I do appreciate, I guess, as far as anybody that's sticking around here, I guess, as far as for that. And if there's anything you have a question about, as far as what I'm doing or well, how to do something, definitely feel free to let me know. And I will be more than glad, I guess, to try and answer. Okay, let's. Yep, so I still got some vertices in here. Just trying to make sure I got as much as I can there and not have to have several small pieces of objects have to collapse together. Alright, try that. I think that's pretty good there. We're going to go ahead and detach that. 3. And then what we should be able to do, I'm going to go this way. Because that's such a harder thing, I guess, to be selected in the viewport, I'm going to go right to the list. Let's go like that. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and hide that. Hide selection. And let's see where we're at. We got it. Did we get it all? Should not have any loose vertices in here. So, yeah, as I was saying way earlier, I guess as far as like that, some might necessarily argue, why not just leave that out? And in my personal opinion, you know, as far as like if you didn't have any bracing up at this in here, it's a lot of weight for that to hold. As far as on this end here, so I don't know. It's just the fact that it's up on a slope and it's got a lot of weight. You know, it's kind of a load-bearing type of thing. To have that cross brace going in between the two walls to support that just makes sense structurally. It just structurally makes sense to have it as opposed to not. And that's kind of my thinking on it. So instead of leaving that completely out, which I totally could, it just wouldn't make structural sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Still there? Did you get it? Yeah, and just like I was saying, if there's anything that I'm doing here, anything I've talked about, and if you got any questions about something you might be working on that you might be struggling with, feel free to ask. I'll see how I can accommodate. This is why we do these things on Saturday here. It's kind of a chillax thing. I know there's plenty of things that some would like to. There's still some things that I would like to be able to figure out, especially with Farm Sim 19, for as long as it's been out there. And the fact that 22 is coming out the end of this year on November 22nd. Even in my downtime, it's just like there's still things I want to figure out as far as how things work. Not only with modeling, but just the dynamics of things. It's like if I wanted to do this or that or what have you, it's just like how do I go about that? Oh. Okay, so it looks like we've got, and I'm gonna go ahead and render this really quick here just to see what we have. And I'm actually gonna make this a little bit bigger. Let's do it this way. We're gonna do 800 by 600. Let's do render setup. Let's go like this. Render. Okay, make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So you can kind of get an idea. So I got the roof off there and I got all those braces. The bracing, I guess, on the front they're off. And to this point, what I can do is actually make that piece. Let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and hide this now and unhide all those individual pieces. Now I know all the ones that I didn't name. All these pieces here are going to be related to that cross brace that I did. All those selections. That anyway, so I can bring all that back into the scene. Now from here, I can collapse this together as one piece. So he has edible poly. So what I'll do is make sure everything is selected, like so. And this one, I've shown that before too, so depending on what the name of your shape or your mesh is, you might want to take note, I guess, as far as if you want to keep it named without having to go back here and rename it. What you select in which order is going to determine what that piece that's collapsed is named. So it's not really a detriment, it's just a matter of having to take an extra step sometimes. If you've got a lot of pieces and you want to maintain the name of it, having to come over here and do that. So in this case, we're really worried about it because we're just trying to get it collapsed. Once I get it collapsed, then I'll name it as far as what I want. But yeah, I've shown that before as well, as far as to take note to how you're selecting things in here. So the only thing I need to do here is just select all of it to make sure it's all selected in the scene. Go to my hammer, collapse. Okay, now it's all collapsed into one piece, and because of the way I select it all, it's just naming it object 1. So if I would have selected in the list object 3 first and went 3, 2, 1, it would have named it object 3. So in some cases that would become necessary, I guess, to name it. As far as to select them in the fashion that you want the collapsed item to be named. Sometimes that saves time as far as when you're trying to do things, especially when you got a lot of items in your object to potentially do that too. But also want to take into account, regardless of what type of game or simulation you're trying to create things for, as you collapse things down, especially if it's going to be like a bulk of things with have a lot of faces and polys into it, you want to be careful to not put too much into a collapse as possible, because sometimes that'll deform faces, sometimes flip normals of faces and things like that. So sometimes you might want to chunk it down. So like if you've got a lot of things in your list to collapse, it might be better, I guess, to in some cases to only select a few things at a time and just kind of crunch it down that way. Take a look at how the model looks as you crush it down, as you collapse it down. I'm gonna say crush because that's what you're trying to eliminate. You don't want to crush it to the point where it's deforming your shapes, as far as your polys and flipping normals and things like that. So you really want to pay attention to that as you collapse things. A lot of this is review, I know, but it's been a while for me, so it's kind of like a refresher for myself too. As you collapse things down, take a look at what your model looks like to include your mapping. This does have a texture on it, if I didn't mention it. So it does have a texture. Oops, that's still over here. So it does have a texture applied to it here. I'm gonna bring that up for a second. So this does have this texture applied to it. It uses different elements on here. May not necessarily use it all, but it's using some of these, the concrete, the walls, the roof, and so on. So there's that. Oops, let's close that. So regardless if it, especially if it's got a texture on, you want to look at how the texture is actually applying it as you collapse it. So even after I collapse these few things here into one object, I'm going to take a look at this render and make sure the mapping isn't all jacked up. And I can really zoom in here closer. Like this and render it. Let's see what we look like. And what you're looking for is just to see, does anything look flipped? Is it darker? Did something happen to, maybe it smushed or crushed some vertices that are in it as it collapsed? Sometimes that'll happen. In this case, it doesn't look like it did. Definitely want to take notice of that. Don't just collapse it and then just assume everything's fine. Because at this step here, if there's a problem at this, or I can correct it before I potentially collapse it back in without collision, for example, to the whole model. So it's like you would have to do it all over again if you didn't notice that there was a problem at this stage. Okay, so let's render this. Yeah, so on this end here, it looks good too. So I'm not seeing any anomalies or artifacting or whatever to the model after collapsing that into one piece. So I think we're good to go. Just went from one end to the next, just to check it out. I can even go this way. Why not? Go ahead and check it out. Just to kind of give you a look. So where this is mapped at, in fact, I can show where this is mapped in that texture I was showing. So even at this level, the mapping's still all there. That's the nice thing, I guess, about this. Once something is mapped, even though I attached it from the whole of the model, this is still mapped to the areas of the texture. I haven't changed any of that. It's just moving all those polys that were attached in the whole model from that as a whole. So what I can do is add a little shortcut here for unwrap. You can also get it from the rollout right here, and go to unwrap. You can start just typing in there. It's usually closer to the bottom, so you can go that way. I just taken a shortcut because I do use the unwrap quite a bit. as I've shown before in past streams. But go to your unwrap, and then I can open up the editor here, and you can see where it's mapped. So I don't have the texture, but I can apply the texture in here as well, and you can see where that's mapped. So it's using this portion of the texture to map all those beams, like so. So you can definitely check it out this way too, to see if any of your faces to what you detach here, if they got thrown off to where it was originally mapped. That could sometimes happen when you collapse as well, as far as, you know, detach and recollapse, make it one piece again. So yep, this all looks good to go. We are looking good. So what I can do with that being confirmed, we can go ahead and collapse this back down. Good to go. So even after, oh, that's something else that's probably fair mention too. When you collapse, the default function for 3ds Max here, at least anyway, is to when you collapse again, even though I had an editable poly, it's going to revert it back to an editable mesh. So this, as I have shown before, it's usually much better to put it into an editable poly. You get more options for flipping and, you know, flipping polys. You know, a lot more options. The bottom line is you get more options as a editable poly than you do as editable mesh. So what I'll do is go ahead and convert this back to an editable poly. I should not have to do anything more with this, but if I do, it's already there. And then we're going to rename this, as I was mentioning earlier too. So we're going to call these I don't know. We'll call it front. Truss. I should put roof truss. I'm gonna do camera lettering on this, just to kind of. You can name it however you want. Actually, I spelled that wrong. Words are hard. Yeah, let's do front roof truss. I might end up renaming that somewhere down the road in the process of this. What in the heck? What is happening with my letters here on my key? Okay, just making sure. These OP front. So let's try this again. There we go. Yeah. So I may, like I said, I may end up renaming that somewhere, but at least in my list now, as I bring everything else back, I'll be able to know what that is. And I only have the 2 items here, right? Besides that. So let's bring everything else back. Now everything, as I go into my list, now that's all in here, I can tell what's what. Now I might want to, for example, if I keep this as roof, and I'll probably end up recollapsing that, so the main model is still going to be called pole barn storage. I might want to call that something else that puts it in the name of that piece in a different order. I might not want it to be the first item in my list, for example. I might want it to be after that. So, and again, it just comes back down to what I was saying, how you name things, because it alphabetizes in this list will change the order, I guess, of the in here. So if I don't want it to be here, if I want to be, I could name that just pole barn front. I don't know how I would name it, but just to put it after that. Sometimes that might come, and I know I only have a few items in here, but in a lot of cases you might work with a lot of different pieces out of your model, so you'll have a long list of things in here. So to keep things, it's like, okay, that's this. You'll be able to find things simpler. And I know this is, like I said, this is a lot simpler model, but it does behoove you, I guess, to name your things, I guess, that makes sense in the list down the road, especially if you got a lot of things in your scene. As far as your items list, you'll know where to find it. And even with that being done, you can still select things in here. Sometimes when you have a lot of individual items in here, they might be harder to select them, the pieces that you want to get, because they might be smaller in the scene. You know, these pieces here are pretty spaced out or whatever, to the point where I can select pretty much any one of these and not run into a problem. But in some cases, though, you might, yeah, it's just things to consider, I guess, as you're naming things, how you're detaching them, and so on. Full forces to take into consideration, I guess, as far as how you're putting it together. Make it easier on yourself, in a lot of cases. Okay. let's okay. Yeah, so all the mapping is still there. And like I said, I might I've really not 100% sure how I want to use this. I haven't been able to test this in game. I'll probably test this in game to see if I like having this opening in the back here to be able to put the conveyor in there. I may end up not doing that. I don't know. I might just leave them as a, you know, a bunker to where just dump it in here and then you have to scoop it up with a shovel, for example. Or just run the conveyor on the front side and dump it into a trailer from that way. I guess I figured that, you know, based on a design that I have seen in, you know, in IRL and other farms, and you know, from previous renditions of Farm Sim, we used to see that as far as being able to put the conveyor on the back. That way, it's not leaving a conveyor on the front side. And if you, in a lot of cases, these types of storages are usually facing like the farmyard. So like you would have a bunch of other buildings, and this would be facing inward, you know, as far as like where all the, you know, the main farm, or, you know, you might have some silos out here and stuff like that. So you don't want to have a conveyor sticking out here in the front. You know, so if you have it on the back side there, it's kind of out of the way, so that equipment can still get through on the farmyard and all that stuff. That's kind of one of the other thing I think of as far as putting that option into this structure. Oh, almost got it. Two little red guys. Cool. Yeah, we've been going good for solid almost an hour and a half there. Sweet. With no issues. Digging it. Alright, so at this point, I'm just thinking, I know one thing I do need to do now that I've collapsed this and renamed it. I do need to do a couple things here. So what I need to do is affect the pivot, center that to that. Number one. And then I also need to go into my hammer. Already collapsed it. Now I need to go into reset the X form. And I've shown this plenty of other times too. Anytime that you manipulate, regardless if it's just in the form of detaching an already existing structure like I did, or if you're manipulating this as far as taking polys out, anytime that you adjust the pivot or something like I just showed, it's good practice to get into the habit of resetting your X form. And what the X form is, I'm going to show this process here. What it does is it redefines, I guess, that bounding box for that piece that you're working on. Instead of, you know, to ensure that it's not out of shape, it's not out of wonk, for lack of a better way to put it. So, and I'll show what this looks like here in a second. So we reset X form, got it selected, reset selected. So what that does is it puts a modifier in here for reset X form. And what this orange box shows, this is exactly the way we want it to see. So if this was out of shape, notice say it's not in this conformity as this orange box is showing, especially after affecting the pivot and centering it on this piece that we've isolated now. If it wasn't like that, we'd want to set the X form a second time. Now that we've confirmed that this is good to go, we can just collapse this down and leave it at that. If we did see it was out of wonk, I would apply the X form, reset X form again to make sure that it's going to be in that conformity that we just saw. That's essentially what it is. And a lot of times what will happen, you know, when you manipulate a model or even a piece of a model, by even just in the form that I've done there, sometimes that'll throw that X form out of whack, which throws the translate off. So as if you try to bring it into, say in this case, eventually to Giant's editor, when you bring it in there, it's going to throw it out of whack without resetting that X form. The whole translate to it is not going to be centered. It's going to be off kilter. That's probably another word probably fair to use as far as being out of wonk or off kilter. So in order to correct that, that's where the resetting the X form does. So that's, again, it's just a lot of cases review, but it's also, you know, just a fresh it's just a fresh review, I guess, as far as I haven't been doing this in a while, so I'm kind of shaking the rust off myself. So it's like, it's just a nice review. Okay, hopefully that becomes useful, I guess, for somebody at least. Anyway, smooth. What's smooth anyway? Was that the Was that for the 30 units that you got there? Oh, the stream. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, this stream has been running smooth. It has been. At least on my end, anyway. Alright, so I'm just looking through this to see. Okay. I was just looking at the texture on that there, and it's sometimes hard to tell in Max itself or whatever as far as how these ribs. So I do have a normal map on this, right? I don't have it. I don't want to say as far as you almost have to look at it in the game. So the way I've got this set up here, it has a normal map for these panels there. So let me open that up. I was just looking to see how much definition was in. See how this is just flat. But when the normal maps on it will have like some depth to it, so in the form of like sheet metal. So yeah, let me open up the point I was trying to make here. So I do have a normal map right here. Open that up. I don't need the map map. So here's the normal map. So what happens here, where all that sheet metal is, that's got this, it's going to have some rippling into it. So even with the bricks and all that stuff, so you can kind of get the idea as far as where all that cross beams were. That's all more flat. The bricks do have some depth. Now, again, going back into what I was saying earlier, just about the parallax occlusion. This is how you would apply, in much the same fashion like with the beams. You wouldn't have to. You can just make a simple square or a much more simplified box, and you'd be able to add that definition in the form of a shader, which would use a normal map. So that's all built into a shader, you know, in the form of an XML. So it would take a multitude of, you know, a database of material for normal maps and things like that, and actually apply physical depth, I guess, to a simplified model. Hopefully that makes sense. But in this sense here, that's why I want to kind of compare that. So where I've got all of this paneling for the sheet metal mapped is relatively, like, say, like in this area. That gives some rippling on that. And if I open up the, let's do that. Let's open up the, nope, I don't need that. Doing some map stuff earlier. Let me see here. From my folder. For this particular project. There it is. So I need, let's diffuse. Don't need the map maps for that. So if I overlay, you can kind of get an idea. So in this area where all that paneling is, so one is for the roof and then one is for the paneling there. And you can see how much, oops, wrong texture. See how much normal map is on that. So it's a little less defined on these panels in comparison to that. So I think, let me remind myself, I think I use this as a roof, this darker area. Yeah, so the darker area here is the roof. You can tell it's got a little bit. Yeah, so the roof is actually in this area. I can confirm that by an unwrap too if I wanted to. Oops. So the roof is on here, and then these other panels on the side are on this part. So it doesn't have quite as much definition on that as does the roof does. So the roof, you know, and applying it that way, think of it, you know, the rain, I guess that collects in there, the way it gets channeled off because of the way this thing is sloped. That's part of the reasoning, I guess, behind it, you know, as far as the design of sheet metal, at least, anyway. So you don't, because I've got this overhang, you know, as far as the eaves or whatever on all the way around it, you don't need as much on the sides as you would on the roof. So that was something I was just kind of comparing on this model here, as far as it just being a flat surface and doesn't have. I've seen models before where they actually have the 3D ribs, I guess, for sheet metal. Not really necessary, you know, as far as, especially with parallax occlusion, definitely don't. But even normal mapping, you can kind of achieve that same type of thing. And it goes back to kind of what we've talked about before in other streams, in past streams, that depending on if you put the detail in the model itself or the texture, but you don't necessarily need to do both. So if you put a lot of detail in the texture itself, then there's no need to add all that detail in the model as well. Even in something as modern, I guess, as Farm Sim. It's just not necessary. And that's basically what's going on here. We got a flat plane for the use of the texture that we apply on there, and then the same thing at the same time using a flat diffuse that has the amount of definition that we have in here. What adds to it is this normal. So there's not really a ton of detail in this texture. Very simple lines with a little bit of grunge to it, for example. When you add that normal map to it, it just adds much more. There's a lot more definition in the concrete, which would be on the floor here, because we don't have the definition here as far as like having cracks, 3D visual cracks in it and such like that. So we apply that to the texture to give it that look. Yeah, so just some review points. So I'm not only refreshing myself and shaking the rust off, but it's hopefully can be useful, I guess, for anybody else that's getting into these types of things too. Okay, so where we're at now. Oh, big stretch. Okay, now we want to. We've gone ahead and reset the X-form for that, recentered that pivot for this piece. And that's the main focus of this whole building as far as to correct this. It's just something I thought about post-fact. It's like, the way I designed that barn that I used for the bales, which is a lot taller than this for sure. I did remove some collision, I guess, from this upper cross brace for the roof. And it's like, I might want to do the same thing here, because if you were to put, say, like a trailer in here that had, was pretty high, and you tip it up, like say you wanted to get it all the way in the back of this structure, if you run a tipper, as far as an end up into this thing, you're definitely going to run into this thing. So that's one thing that I thought of, I guess, as far as like, if you were to use a tipper on this building with that collision into there, it's definitely going to be an issue. So in order to correct that issue, it's like I want to leave the visual aspect to this cross braces here, but just make it so where if you put the end dump in there, into it. Yeah, so this is one of the things I thought of. And we'll be able to definitely know how well this is going to work or not going to work once we're able to test it in the game. I don't think I'll get to that today. I need to in this stream, but eventually at some point I'd like to start showing, just as I've done with the Inner 2003 edits to tracks, whatever. We want to be able to get it into the sim, for example, and actually be able to see how it is that we've created, what model we've created in our virtual, as far as the modeling part of it, and get it into its element and see how, the end result of it. Like I said, I don't think I'll get into doing that today, because I need to figure out all the logistics, what's going on, I guess, as far as with the dual PC to be able to do that effectively. As it stands right now, I don't have a lot of the games, like for Farm Sim in particular. I don't have all that installed on the new PC here yet, so I need to get all that done. I need to get on the ball with that stuff. Just more work I got to do. My biggest concern was just getting the stream stuff and all that taken care of. That took long enough as it was. So, last resort is going to be probably getting some of these games onto there. Okay, just checking everything out, make sure everything's good to go. It looks like everything's good. No problems on my end. Hopefully everything's doing well out there in Twitch land. What I need to do at this point is go ahead and save the scene. Let's save this bad boy. So let's do save as. And I've got my little project folder on my desktop here. I'm going to put that right in that location. This one right here. And we're going to go ahead and name this. Okay, I did pole barn windrow. Okay, I think I know what I was going with there. So windrow, for anybody that doesn't know, windrow is basically just like any items that would be considered loose in the form of grass. So like straw, that's just loose, as far as just coming off a combine. When it's loose on the ground, where it's just like free falling, however you want to put it, they consider that a windrow. So it's a pole barn, absolutely, because it's got the poles or whatever that hold the roof up, whatever. That's basically what shelters it, I guess, from the weather. And I don't know, just had it. I may end up changing the name of this in the process of it. I don't know, but we're gonna put it, the scene in here, we're gonna call it, keep it on the same theme of it. So we'll do pole barn window, and I used camel lettering on it. You know, as far as the every other letter capitalized. You know, as far as the start of a new word capitalized, that's what's considered camel lettering. Sometimes it makes it a little bit easier, I guess, to do it that way, as far as naming things. Whether you use underscores or just camel lettering, be pretty effective as far as to get the point across as far as what the item is, as well as to not just make it all, you know, lowercase and or uppercase. That's gonna be a little bit harder to read that way. Okay, so pole barn window, and we want to make this a max scene. And I'm also going to go ahead and put down, because I do have more than one version of max. So for some other builds, I'd use max 5. For some other builds, I'm using max 2014. I'm going to mark that one as such, so I know which version of max that I use to create this particular scene. That way, when it comes later on, I'll be able to do more work on it. I'll know which version of max to refer to, because also certain versions of max, if you create it, say like in max 2014, if you want to put it in max, an older version of max, for example, and that's not always possible because they're not backwards compatible. It only will work, so like this version would work in 2018, but if I take a 2018 max scene, it won't go into 14. So take into consideration. I've taken the liberty and get into the habit, I guess, of putting what version of max should I use to create this model, just to save any headache later on. So now that I've got that, okay, so now just to verify, I've got that max scene that I just saved right in my project folder for this whole thing. Now I do have this in an i3D already. I've already, you know, at least constructed an initial, and this is how do I want to put it? That's all the, before I did all the edits that I just did. Let's put it that way. So I can open this up in our Giants editor, just to give you an idea of what it looks like in there. And I'm not sure where it's going to throw. Okay, it does leave it. Sweet. Good deal. So. Oh, I got it selected. There we go. Why is that not working? There we go. Work with me here. So yeah, this is the model that prior to doing anything to it, I was doing some map stuff or whatever at one point there, and that's, yeah. So this is before we did anything to the model. Collapsed all down. It's all one piece, like so. We broke it down at this point. Now, rigid body or whatever, as far as the collision on it, this whole thing has collision. The whole thing. So anywhere you know, you can run your tractor into this and the poles to include that cross brace that we've separated now. So what I want to do with this model that I've redone it is have that as a separate piece in here that doesn't have that. So it's going to have, everything else is going to have collision other than that piece. So I want, by the end of the day, what will end up happening is this, we'll have this level, and then we'll have this cross brace as a separate piece in this transform, which will not have rigid body. So it's only at this level that, you know, as far as the shape has rigid body. Any of this, the rest of this, it does not. I do have some LOD in here, which I probably will remove. This is something I was playing around with. Because of all the polys and stuff that were in it, I figured I wanted to try levels of detail, levels of display. I don't think I'll end up keeping that. I don't think it's really necessary, especially once I fix the model, I guess, as far as to remove any polys that aren't needed. It'll work out. Yeah, so I think that's the next thing I want to do, actually, is that roof that we detached here. I'm going to actually make a more simplified poly to it, and we'll probably have to remap it. Because of the way we're going to do that, it'll probably have to be remapped, which won't be a big deal. Not too much of a big deal. I think that'll be the next thing I'll go into, though. That's what we'll do. Let's add a light to this scene. Let's do create light, and let's focus it this way. Ah, you're gonna be like that. Okay. There we go, I think. Yeah, so you can kind of get an idea of how the light would actually cast on the model based on sunrise, sunset, all that stuff, as far as the daytime limits in it. You can kind of see where you might have some areas that need work on closing up some polys, things like that. I don't know if you got any gaps, you know, between the concrete wall and the side paneling, things like that. Don't really have that in here. That's good. See the back side. Those openings on it. One thing I have noticed with the way I did this, and I did another clone, as you can probably tell, the way I did the bottom half, I had it just on this part here, I had only that tall. As far as for the foundation on the concrete, I had it separated. I just cloned it and extended it down, so that's why it's got that seam there. I don't know if I want to keep that there or not. So that's something else I might consider as far as adjust. You know, just those little details. Much like all these. Now, to look at this roof here, the way it's mapped and what, you would never know that there's all those individual polys, individual faces in it, like I was showing. But from a modeling standpoint, that's kind of poor taste, I guess. Let's just put it that way. It can definitely be reduced to make the overall model much more simplified and optimized, for that matter. I think that's what we're going to do here now. So let's go back to max. Now we got that scene saved. Now we got something to fall back on. If something we do beyond this point we don't care for, we can always revert back to that scene and we can start over. Oh, what were you finding about their Torch? I know I've talked about a lot of stuff, so I just happened to notice in the chat there, as far as you said, fine. Okay. I know I ramble on quite a bit there. Sometimes there are those audio commands out there to kind of get my attention, be like, you know, if I tend to go off on a tangent and start yammering right like that, if you can just be like, hey, you know, you need to get my attention. That's what those audio commands are in there for. So those are for you as the viewers, not only your entertainment, but also and sometimes at my expense. So, oh, you asked how you're doing? That's good. Yeah, I'm doing all right out here too. I'm just chillaxing. Just doing a little bit of 3D modeling today. It's chill. It's chill. Okay. Yeah. So let's, as I was saying here, I'm gonna work on this here. So all I need to do for this roof is, how do I want to do this? I think the way I am gonna do it, because it's got the even in the edges here too. There's a couple of different ways I can do this, now that I think of it. Number one, I could probably recreate the whole thing, but to keep this orientation of, you know, everything, you know, as far as to not lose the integrity, I guess, as far as the angle that I have on it, the slope and so on, I think what I'm going to do, the approach that I'm going to take to this anyway, let's do it this way. We're going to select these individually, like so, and separate that out as a separate object, and then do these separate as well. We're going to separate that out. Separate both the edges and the top and bottom out as a separate piece. All separate pieces. That's an idea. I don't know how it's going to work, but in my head, it makes sense. I'm going to try it out. Because I already got, and the reason why I think of it this way is because, like I was saying, I don't want to lose this angle as far as like how it's resting on those beams, going up on an angle and all that stuff. I don't want to have to reestablish all that. Right? I mean, I easily could if I was to just completely eliminate this and start over. Why do that if you already got something that's here? You just want to, you know, just redesign it a little bit as well. So let's detach this edges, and we'll just do this object 1, and we'll hide those. Should be able to select them right there. Hide those, and now we're left with just the top and bottom roof. Okay, so in a sense, what I'll end up doing is just leaving the edges there as a design, you know, as a maintaining that shape of our original shape, I guess is what I want to get at. What I'm going to do at this point is just go ahead, delete these. Now we've got those edges that we detached as a means to create new polys. I'm going to leave the bottom one in there just for now. Yeah, I'm going to leave the bottom one in there just for now. And a lot of this, definitely this thing's going to have to be remapped. Sure. That's not going to be too much of an issue, I don't think. Well, that's a simple part. Okay. But we can see, even too, as we do that, this bottom, only thing that's left is these bottom polys for the roof. You can see how that's resting on these beams here, on these steel beams here. We don't want to lose the integrity of that. That's where we want it. We don't have to reinvent that and try to reestablish that if we don't have to, and create gaps, you know, on the roof that's already been constructed. I guess all we want to do is just redesign, I guess, as far as how many polys are in that deal. That's all we're trying to do. So now from here, I'm gonna hide the rest of this roof. Yeah, let's go ahead and hide that. Oops, I gotta deselect that in order to do that. There, now we're left with this. Now we're gonna bring back the edges. Just this piece. Okay. Now from here, what I can do is basically take that middle seam, and I could have done this too with the other. There's just so many more polys that are in the actual roof faces, you know, as far as the top and bottom. I figured this would be a little easier to do on this than it would on those. So, and you could totally do it. The way I'm thinking about this is you can take those faces for, you know, all those individual faces, polys that are on the roof sides, and basically just collapse them onto each other. You will take those vertices and just eliminate them, you know, kind of just snap them into each other. But I'm going to do it on the edges here, just to do it that way, because it'll be, in my head, it's less surface area, I guess, that they have to deal with in the top and bottom sides, I guess, of the roof. That's just the way it makes sense in my head. I'm not saying it's the absolute best solution to that. So what I want to do with this is, what I'm getting at is take this seam here and basically snap it either to this end or that end. Which will happen when I do that, it will eliminate these individual polys that are on the side here too, to include that seam. And I'll do that on all sides of this edge here. And then from there, once we get that all done, I'll be able to take an edge on any one of these sides of on any one of these, this whole thing as an edge. We'll be able to take an edge off this edge and make a new poly for the whole roof. That's what I meant to say. There's a lot of edge stuff to go on. So this here for the roof is an edge, but also there's edges on these edges. That's a mouthful. All right, so as this an edible poly, we're gonna grab these vertexes. Let's select, and I think there's no thickness going this way, right? Oh, that's good. So we can go in either direction. We can either snap it to this corner or that corner. Whoops. Or this corner. Doesn't matter. I'm going to go with this one down here. So we're going to go to vert snaps. Make sure we got our vertex snaps on. Okay, and then we're going to here and drag that all the way down to here. I think it snapped in the right spot. Here, let me undo that real quick. Pretty sure it did, but I gotta make sure. So only thing I got on is vert snap, nothing else. Okay, we snap. It looks like we got more than one vert here too. Okay. Let's get them all snapped to that. So what I'm doing, and as I do this, you can kind of get the idea here. So it is screwing, is gonna mess up with the mapping of it for sure, and that's not my concern. My concern is I'm maintaining that trajectory of this edge so that we have that same slope. Because we got we're maintaining these two existing points for that. Okay. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. Snap this down to here. And I got that green plus there that tells me that it's in the right spot as far as snapping. It's like that. So we remove that seam. Now it's all snapped to there. It's also removed that poly for that by doing so. Okay. Now we've removed the seam. Now we've only got 2 polys. That's all we should have between this corner and that corner. Okay, so now we should have 1 poly there and 1 poly there. So we don't have 4 polys by having this seam there. It's all been eliminated by snapping those vertices, I guess, to that one corner. And regardless, like I said, regardless if we did it this corner or that corner, we would accomplish the same thing. So we're going to do that all the way around this thing. All the way around this thing. We want to get rid of these seams and just snap it to one of these corners. See, actually, this has got a couple seams in it. We'll take this seam and put it this corner. We'll take that seam and put it to that corner. Okay. So let's go back into vertex. And we could probably get away with, now I did it one at a time just to kind of show what I was trying to accomplish here. I could also do it this way. Let's go in this mode, select all these vertices, and it's showing I got 4, which is, that should be correct because it's basically got 2 vertices per side. So it's got 2 going from here to here and 2 going from here to here. So the fact that I got 4 vertices, that should be good. So we're going to go back into vert snap. And what we'll do, it might be a little bit difficult to do to try to get that lined up so that we're getting top ones to the top vertice over here and the bottom ones to the bottom. But we're going to give this a try. See what happens here. We want to get it snapped right. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder to do it this way, I think. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. I think it did it okay. Actually, it did not. So yeah, I'm gonna do the top it. Yeah, so grab 2 vertices and then the other 2 for the top and bottom individually. Let's do Control Z. So it's worth a try at least anyway. What I'll do, turn off the vert snaps here for a second. I'm just gonna get these top 2. So I got 2 vertices selected. Okay. Turn the vert snaps back on, and I'm gonna take these 2, pop these down. Set myself in the view there. There we go. Snap those now. Did I get it right? I don't think I did. Try one more time. That should be good right now. Okay, so let's grab these 2. I'm gonna turn that vert snap on. I'm just making sure. Sometimes when you have the vert snaps on, it'll tend to snap to something that as you're selecting it. So it's better to turn that off first. Now turn it back. Alright. Snap the bottom ones. Go. So that's another way you can do it too. So you can either do them one at a time like I did over on this side, or do them in pairs. Same result. So now we got that seam is gone. Okay. Now we're going to take these 2 and snap them to that corner. Oh, I forgot to turn the vert snaps on. Also, if I do this, I got those 2 selected. Vert snaps. Snap at the bottom there. And it does make a difference too as far as what angle you're at. It's much the same as selecting. It's like that. Probably the next thing I'll do once I get all this done, I'm gonna go through all these sets of vertices here. So you're gonna have several vertices here. I'm gonna weld them all together just to make sure that they don't move further down the road. Because as far as in the process of collapsing things down and such. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Select these 2. I got 2 selected. Vert snaps, and then snap this down to here. Like so. And just to confirm, it's much like the other side. Polygon, turn off the vert snaps. I should only have 2 polys. I got 1 poly there, 1 face, and 1 there. So instead of having 6 of them down this side here, we only got 2. That's eliminating polys that we don't need. Okay. That's that side. Now we got this side and this side. Let's go over. And this is just cleaning up. This really just amounts to a lot of cleanup as far as the way I built this model. And it's like, okay, I need it to go a little bit bigger. You know, I did a clone of it. You know, and it creates these extra polys that you don't need in the process of doing that when you do clones. Now I started off with one size. You know, as I mentioned earlier, it was only like half as wide, half as deep here. So I made that bigger. So now I'm just at the point of cleanup. You know, as far as just to optimize the model. That's all it really boils down to. And it's going to happen when as you're creating stuff, you'll be like, oh, yep, I want this a little bit bigger, I need this a little bit taller. But also in the process of that, you're going to find yourself, you're going to have additional polys that you don't need. So this is just a matter of cleanup, like I said. That's all it is. All right, so we'll go here. So we got to get rid of this seam. I'm going to go ahead to, it doesn't matter. I can either go this corner or that corner. Guess it don't matter. It don't really matter. It's all going to get welded together. Listen, anyway. All right, let's go this way. So we're going to go selection, vertex. Get these 2. We should only have 2. Yep. It's a good sign. And then vert snap. It's top 2 over to this corner. So make sure. Let me zoom in on that just to make sure. I don't think that did that right. Let's try it again. It may look a little wonky only because... What are you moving? Yes, yeah, and like I was saying earlier there, Torch, I could do that. I absolutely could. But, as I was saying, what I don't want to have to do, I've already got this established as far as the angle that I want, as far as the way this roof was resting on these beams. So I'm just trying to maintain that integrity. I don't want to have to go back and, you know, reestablish as far as, you know, the proper distance that I want the roof resting on these beams, for example. So in order to do that, I'm just cleaning this up. You know, so why reinvent the wheel when you already got something to work with here? It's just a matter of cleanup. That's all it is. I mean, yeah, I could absolutely do that. I can go through the whole process again and creating a new box and reestablishing that all over again. Absolutely. I could do that. This is just, and like I said, this is not the best way to do it. You know, absolutely. But it's one way to go about it. Just do cleanup on what you have instead of creating out another box and just snapping that one. But, you know, we could humor that too. Let me finish this one up here and I'll just go through that process like you possibly would be suggesting. Just to humor that, at least anyway. So let's do this. We'll snap that to there. Just making sure that looks better. That snapped properly. And we'll grab these 2. Snap it to this end. So I get this done. So I still got the integrity of that shape. You know, as far as the angle, slope, and all that stuff to it, right? So let's do this. Let's not go any further with cleaning up what we've got. You know, like we've been doing here. So let's do this. We'll go. I'm gonna do like what I said and go ahead and weld all these verts together. Still got this inedible poly. That does give you that option. Once of many. So go into vertex. Select all these verts, and we should have got 12 verts right here. I'm gonna do these top first and then bottom. And there's a reasoning behind it. So we'll weld all those. You can see how that shifted that texture on it. That's all gonna be redone anyway, right? Doesn't matter, but you can see how that's shifting. So that's telling you it's working as far as when you see how it shifts the texture. All that's saying is, you know, that seam that we had here for the texturing, that's all being adjusted now because all these are snapped, but they're all welded together. and you'll have to redo all that mapping. And even if you do, let's do this in. I'm gonna do this really quick here, just to weld these together, just so that I have some solid corners to be able to make a new box too. Yeah, so because what I'll end up doing by making a new box, I'm taking the suggestion that you had made, Torch, is to use this shape that I got here to make a new box. Okay, and then what I would do is take these vertices that are make up these corners for that new box and snap those to that. That's just to kind of give a preliminary as far as what you'll see happen here. There's 6 there. Yep, 6 on each side. Yeah, so we had 12 in total even on the other corners. We got the same number of vertices on this corner as we did the other corner. That's something to take note of to make sure that you're getting all of them in there. Okay, so let's do up here. So keeping in mind what we did is to eliminate that seams that we did all the way around here. These are all loose vertices, right? So we're just welding it all together, so it basically just makes one vertex. And we can confirm that by let's get these 2. Yeah, there's just 2 here. We'll weld those. Weld those. And if we click off it and click back onto it, now it's just one vertex. So now that'll move as one piece instead of individual vertices. So just to confirm that, at least anyway. So this should be just one vertex. Yep. Right. And this one here, just to confirm. Yep. And do that. So now that we've got, let's take your approach here now, Torch. So if I wanted to make a new box based on this shape, I've already separated that out. I was just going to do cleanup on this one here. But you can absolutely create a new box. Let's do that. Let's do standard print. Let's do new box. Okay. And what you have to do is once you go into that mode, let's lay this down. You can see that it's kind of below it, but you can see the numbers changing on the right hand side as far as the height and width and all that jazz. I'm gonna stretch this out here. I'm just gonna exaggerate it here. Second. Now we can size this up where we need it to. Here. So now we got a box in our scene. Okay. Let's center it out. Let's get her centered. Like so. And then what we can do is lift this up, so we know we need to come up this way. Now, we've got these edges here to use as our guide to make our new box. Okay? So this is definitely another way you can go about it. So we've got all these corners that we have for this edge here to be able to snap this new box to. So from here, now that I got this box here, I'm going to go ahead and just create this as an editable poly. And then go to vertex. I'm going to grab this corner. And just for clarity here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take everything else I don't need to work with out of the scene. Just hide it. We only want to work with this edge, this new box. And we'll take this out too. Just hide that. We don't want to work with these 2 pieces. So from here, with this new box, you can go to vertex and editable poly mode here. Let's grab this vertex, go to vert snap, and snap that to this bottom edge. Just make sure it's the bottom edge. Cool. And then take this one, snap it to the top edge. There, so that's one corner. Next corner, go to here. And this definitely wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, because taking into consideration doing it the way I was doing with the cleanup, you're still going to have to remap it. So still going to have to reapply the UVW unwrap. So this is just another approach to take with it. All you're doing is snapping to the already established edges of the previous rendition, the creation of the roof edge, like so. So now you've got a brand new box in that shape that you previously had. Now from this point, I can take the edges and hide that for now. So what I'll do at this point, now box 01, that's our new box. So I'm going to name this roof edges. I'm going to keep it for now, just in case I need to revert back to it, and I'll hide it in the scene. So we'll call this roof edges, or rough edge. There we go. And go ahead and hide that. So we're not going to delete it, just hide it for now. So now we got a brand new box that has basically what we're looking for by just doing cleanup on the previous version. Got a 1 poly on each side and just 4 polys on each of the other sides. So we went from however many polys, well, many more polys, I guess, in the previous version of it, down to 1, 2, 3, 4. We got what? Maths are hard. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We got six polys in this roof now, as opposed to what we had. There you go. So that's another way, I guess, to take with it, and then from here you would apply the texture onto it. We'll just follow this. So let's do this. We'll also rename this to roof new. So we got the other roof as we know it, as far as the top and bottom and so on. So we'll do this as roof new, just to clarify, I guess, as far as what's going on in our items list. Now I'm gonna do it this way because I probably won't leave it that way. Now, if we were gonna use this as our finished product, we would rename this as far as, and then potentially just eliminate, I guess, the previous version that we had, right? So now if we go to our list, we got this roof new, but we also have this roof, this original roof. So now we've got in our list, and it's, again, it comes down to clarity. So now you know which one. If you had all these items in your list here, you would know which one is which, as far as from your list in comparison to, because at this point, now that you've got 2 items that are basically the same shape, it'd be a little bit more difficult, I guess, to be able to select the one you actually want to work with. So yeah, you could definitely look over here to make sure you do, but your items list is also going to make it more clear as to which one you actually are working with. So that's another good reason as to why you want to put some clarity in the naming of your pieces in your items list. On top of this, the fact that you name it to order it in such a fashion, alphabetizing it in the list that 3ds Max does by default. So this is another perfect example of how useful the items list in here can be for you, because you would find yourself trying to select that old roof and see up here it's roof new. So in order to get that old roof that's still in the scene here, the only way I can get it is this way now, because they're both the same in the same conform. Okay, so in any case, let's continue, I guess, with this approach, I guess, as far as creating a new roof based on a new box. So what we can do from here, we got our texture applied, our material editor. Let's go ahead and apply it to it. So with it selected, I'm going to go show it and apply it to that. So now it's going to be show wonky on it because it's not mapped, right? So now we're going to need to unwrap UVW unwrap this bad boy. Okay. And also what I can do, just to show clarity in it, I've got the old roof model. I can see how I mapped that previously. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. So in this model, I'll go ahead and apply an unwrap. Let's open up the UV editor, and you can see where that's mapped. And I'll go ahead and apply the texture, which is here. Just like I was saying earlier, that's mapped to this darker portion here. So if we want to map that to the same area on our newly constructed box, we want to put that right there. So we have something as a guide, is what we did previously, for example. So now let's go back into roof new. Select that one. And really, if I wanted to, again, just for clarity, I can go ahead and hide this other roof just so I don't select it by accident, for example. Okay. So now we got the texture applied. Let's go ahead, unwrap that. Open up the UV editor for that one. And now we can see just how out of whack this texture is here. So we're definitely going to have to select these individual pieces. I'm going to go top, bottom, and then the sides. So we'll do the top first. Now we only got the one poly, it makes it even easier. So now what we'll do is, we're just going to probably do a quick planar map on this. It'll be simple. Do a quick planar on that, and then just to get rid of all the other faces that we don't want to work with, we're going to hide those. A lot of this is review, I understand that, but it's a very good review. Alright, so let's yep, so you can see how the texture is applied basically on the orientation of it. So what I need to do is turn it this way. You should see that adjust. There we go. So we can see this part here is on the bottom half. We also need to flip it this way. Now we can see, based on the orientation here, we can see this top part, that's where that is. So this is right here. With our orientation of our texture to our poly, the face that we're trying to texture here is where we want it. So now from here, I can size it. And you can use the F2 if you want to de-highlight, I guess, that there so you can see it a little bit easier. If I do that right now, it'll change my scene, which I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to leave it this way, but you can see how it's applying. Hopefully you can see that the ribs on it, as far as how it's applying it in this direction, same orientation as we want our poly. So you remember how the original shape was as we showed in the old roof? It's basically just like that. So, and we can change, you know, even at this stage here, we can change, you know, how far in or out. This way it shouldn't matter so much as this way, as far as how big we want the ribs to be on it, for example. So if we wanted to cover more of this texture this way to make them scale down a little bit, we can do that at this point. In fact, we might just do that. Why not? We're kind of in the mode of recreating, I guess, this roof here, so we can do that. The other thing to take in consideration too, though, as far as how, see how this normal map was here. So I think that normal map covers this whole area here, so it doesn't matter. Wherever we put that face in here, that normal map is still gonna follow suit with that. Should be good with that. You can see how this normal map covers this whole entire area that we're considering, I guess, for our roof, which is right here. So anywhere we put that, that normal map is going to take effect on that face. Okay, so let's go with that. Now we'll do the bottom. Select the bottom poly. And, you know, this could necessarily be a quicker way to do it. We need to do a quick planar on this. That's simple. It's just a simple shape, so you don't really need anything, you know, as far as a normal map or anything to that. If it was a more complex shape that we were trying to map here, you might want to use either flatten or normal map, for example. In this case, this very simple poly, very simple shape. Quick planar works just fine. All right, so same thing here that we need to do on the bottom. Let's get the orientation of our base that we're trying to. Okay, so you can see the orientation that we have here. We got this. So let's turn it. Okay, now it's that way. Now we've got this part is on this end, so I think we wanted to flip it this way. So yeah, we want this part to be, so just to kind of put it into perspective here. Got it going this way. We got this part of the texture is on this part of the face. Okay. So now what we need to do is size it up into that. Now, because, yeah, what I can do at this point here, I can, to establish as far as where I mapped the other one, you know, so I can grid snap that, I'm going to turn, bring all those faces back. So that's what I just did here, just kind of show that. So if I want to snap that to put it in the same orientation as what we just did previously, this way, and then we'll grid snap it. So that's identical, essentially identical. Okay. Now that we got it this way, I'm going to make sure grid snaps on, and I'm going to go to vertex mode in this UV edit window. And I'm going to snap. It's better to use why is it not there? No, that's weird. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. It is not cooperating with me. Let's do this way. Let's try it this way. I guess that'll work too. Yeah, so all I wanted to do is just move that with the grid snaps on. I can snap that corner so it'll line that up perfectly with our previously mapped face polygon. Grab this corner. No. Leave being like that. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. This more precise one. This is the one I like to use on this one here. And sometimes this is now the original design for the grid snap is to do just what it was doing, is to snap it to the border, not necessarily what purpose that we're trying to do. Sometimes it does help to either zoom in or out to get it to cooperate. So this is not new. This is not anything new as far as for it to get wonky like that. Very normal. So sometimes it just helps to either zoom in or out to get it to snap where you want it to. Yeah, that is the normal function for the grid snap, is to snap it to the actual grid, which is this blue border for the texture. So the fact that it is wonking out to try to snap it because it is that close to the actual border of the texture, that is normal. That is the normal function for the grid snap. But we're trying to use it for another purpose, so that's why it's gonna do this sometimes. Go. Sometimes you just gotta finesse it a little bit just to kind of get it to work for you. There you go. So now that's snapped. All those four corners of that poly are snapped exactly the same way as the previous one, so that no matter which side you look at now, it's going to be perfectly symmetrical. Okay, so that's it for the top and bottom of it. Now what we want to do is do the sides. Now we can do the same thing as we did for let's bring those back. So we got the roof edge. Let's bring this old roof edge and make sure we have that selected. We're going to apply a UV unwrap to that, just to get an idea of where we got those mapped. And we can use the same type of mapping that we did previously, or we can reinvent that if you so choose at this point. Let's go ahead and unwrap this UV edit wrap, and then you can see where those are mapped. Let's go ahead and apply the texture. Stretch this out a little bit so we can see where those are mapped. So if we want to put them in the same orientation, we can do that, or we can put them in a different orientation. We're not worried about ambient occlusion or anything to this because we've already got built-in shading to the game, and there's grunge and shading into this as well as the normal maps. We're not worried about keeping things separated at this point. You know, as far as to have any ill effects, I guess, as far as applying ambient occlusion to this, so we don't need to worry about any of that. It's probably another fair mention, at least anyway. So what we'll do, based on what we know for those edges, let's hide this old roof edge. So that's selected, and we'll go ahead and hide it. And then for our new edges here on our new box, let's select that poly. I'm going to do these one at a time as opposed to all at once. You could probably, because there's not really that much detail in the edges there, you could probably go ahead and get away with doing them all in one fell swoop. Grab all four sides and just do a planar map. You'd probably be perfectly fine. I'm going to take the approach of just selecting each side individually and mapping them independently, just for the sake of clarity, I suppose. But you could probably do that, probably no problem. Right, let's go ahead and open this up. So we'll have to planar map this. So, and we're going to hide the rest of them for now. So now it's in this orientation. I'm going to leave it that way. And I think what I'm going to do, in comparison to the way I did it before, I had it going across the ribs. I'm just going to use like this end to do all the edges. So let's take this and shape it this way. We're going to take this approach. So instead of the ribs going across it, you know, up and down the way we had it previously. We're gonna go just in one rib, across one rib like this. Yeah, we'll do it just like this, and we'll do them all that way, all four sides. Like so. So there's one side. And so we can kind of get an idea of what we had there. So we got this looking the way it does. Let me render this real quick too. See how that looks. Okay, so we can go with that look. Or if we want the rib to be on the edge, much the same, we can do that too. Let's see what that looks like, I guess, if we run it the original way we had as far as to have the rib going up on the edge. What I was thinking of, oops. What I was thinking about doing it this way, as far as to just have it like a cap on the rib, so it doesn't necessarily, you know, fall all the way through even on the edge. But just for the sake of curiosity, let's see what it looks like if we go the other way again. So we'll go ahead and turn this and go this way. This is the way we had them basically previously. But what we would have to do is I'm gonna turn these back on. I want to follow that same edge there. I don't want it shorter, longer. So again, if we want to get the same rib count on the edges as we do top and bottom, we can do a grid snap. Let's get this close, say like right there. Okay, and then we'll go into vertex mode. Oh, let's deselect all that. Grab this one. We got grid snap still on. Snap it to that. And snap it to this. Okay, now I know I'm perfect there. Now all I gotta do is straighten this out. See how it's kind of crooked? Whoop. Yeah. Easy, mouse. Alright, so you can see it. This line now is a little bit crooked. So all I gotta do, fix that. This mode, still in vertex mode. I'm gonna grab these two verts here, and I'm gonna mount. Now that should straighten it out. Now we're good. So now we know it's perfect all the way around there. Not only is it snapped here, so we got the same number of ribs on the edge as we do the top and the bottom. Now it's straight. It's not crooked. See, it's got that little crook in it. Same thing here. I'm gonna grab those two. Straighten her out. That little there. So now if we look at it this way, we should have a rib going all the way through, not only on the top edge here, but also on the edge. Let's render that. This is the way we would have had it previously as far as to have the rib go. Now the way the scaling is here, a little bit of an issue too. Let's pivot this a little bit here. Better angle of this. Check this here real quick. Might need to flip it. Yep, it looks like I might have to flip it. Yeah, it's a little bit offset, it seems there on here. Check the other end here. Definitely some room for adjustment here, I think. What does it look like on this end? Okay. Still looks like it's a little bit off there, and I'm not 100% sure why. It's not bad for starters, but when you consider the fact that we did snap it to conform, I guess, to exactly to our top and bottom, might have a little bit of a crook in that too. It may end up being where we have to do this. Okay. All that just to make sure those are all nice and straight. Okay, let's check that out. Now from here it doesn't really look bad, but I can definitely tell it seems to be shifted a little bit. I'm getting really picky about it. I don't even know if I'm gonna want to keep it this way or not. Yeah, so it's definitely shifted there. I'm gonna try flipping it on that poly here. So we'll go back into here. I'm gonna try flipping, go back into poly mode. Oh goodness, I need to hide. Ah, selected the wrong one now. So we need this poly. And I'm gonna try flipping this that way. That turn. Oh, I think I messed it up here. Oh no, that was not good. Okay. Wrong way. Fair enough. Alright, so let's do Control Z, put it back. Oh, we need to flip it back this way. Let's confirm that. Yeah, so I can see that. Might be hard to see on y'all's end, but yeah, that's definitely back to where it was. It's still got that shift in it though, that's why I was trying to fix that. That obviously didn't work that way. Select that again. Let's try this way. Oh. Try it again. You staying awake out there? Yeah, give yourself a shot. Kind of clear. Alright, so I know this is this. Where are we at anyway? 2.5 hours. Actually, it seems longer than that. I don't know why. Okay, so we've got. Let's try it this way. Nope, that definitely doesn't look right either. So. Nope, definitely doesn't work there. Okay. Fair enough. So let's go ahead and select that again. And because I got that filter on there, it's only have this one poly that I'm working with here, so I don't have to worry about selecting anything else. Flip that back. Yeah, so I am not 100% sure why got that shift in it, because you can definitely even tell without rendering it where that dark area is in comparison. The only thing I can think of, hold on a second. This might need to get flipped itself. Alright, let me check that out. Let's see if we flip this one that way. Alright, let's see what that does. I think that might have been it. Yeah, I think that was it. That's what it was. So yeah, we got that. So we don't have that shift in it anymore. And keeping in mind, even though it's a pretty detailed texture, there's a little bit of artifacting in it, so it's not perfect. But yeah, that's a lot better. So now we got the ribs lining up there. More than one way to skin a cat that way, in that fashion. Yep, that's much better. Now we've got it all lined up the way it should be in that one. Okay. Cool. So that's that edge. So if we want to keep that effect, you know, might not be a bad idea. Might not be. Oh, you're gonna have to go pick up your. Okay, that's cool. Priorities. Alright, so on this edge here, because, you know, if I go with this one here, I think the two ends, way I can go about this, I can have that rib all the way run through in the front and the back of it, but on the side, that could just be the way I was doing, initially the way I put the front. That would make a lot of sense. And that would make that, give some, clarity, just as far as that having, you know, a piece of sheet metal, you have the rib coming all the way through to the both top and bottom, but not on the sides. Oh, he gets off at 10. Yeah, I know, and I started later too, so that's, I'm definitely keeping that in mind as well. I'd started much later than I anticipated. I would probably be getting off about this time, most part, but I think at least what I'll do is I'll finish up what I'm doing here with the roof, and then get those pieces, you know, the pieces that I need as far as export it out and get it into our model here in Giants Editor. And that's probably about as far as I'll go with it. Just to add some insight to what I intend to at least try to accomplish here. That's what I initially wanted to accomplish. Well, what I wanted to accomplish is actually get the model done in GE, get it exported out, zipped up, whatever, and actually be able to try it in the game. But other PC doesn't want to cooperate, so that's unfortunate. You sent some screenshots in Discord for the. Oh, sweet. I've got the streamer mode on that there, so I will definitely be taking a look at those once I'm done here. Looking forward to see what you got there. All right, so let's look at. So yeah, like I was saying on the sides here, I can make it just a straight edge of the rib. You can do it that way on the front, the top, and the bottom of this, but not on the sides. I'm gonna run it just the length of the. So let's go to here. We'll apply our quick planer. And this one is going to have that angularity to it. That's a word, yeah. So we want to run that just across the ribs this way. We'll be back around 10. I might still be on. I may still be on, yeah. So catch you, I guess, as far as afterwards, then yeah, let's see that. Alright, so I want to scale this down. I'm going to try and just maintain this angle. I could probably go ahead and straighten it because I'm not worried because I don't have a pattern into it where it would mess that angle up here, so I could probably get it. I'll go ahead and just straighten this up because it's just a straight edge that doesn't have any pattern into it. Yeah, in fact, that's probably what I'll do. So, in some cases, you might need to keep this angle onto it because of, especially if there's like a pattern onto it. But because it's just going to be following this one here, and we don't, yeah, it's not really a concern as far as how we're applying it to our roof edge here. I can go ahead and straighten this out. Let's make our window here a little bigger. The way I can do that is much the same way I was showing earlier with these vertical and horizontal pivots here. So let's go to vert mode, and I think what I might do first is manually rotate this like so and get it close to straight, at least anyway, and go from there. So now I can clean it up this way. Invert mode, go like this. Straighten it out that way. That way. Ah, come on. Work with me, smalls. There we go. That. And do that. Cool. So, right now all we gotta do is move it into position. Oh, crap. Still had those verts connected. I can do Control Z. Get out of that. Let's go into polygon, that whole thing, and then we'll move it right down here. And it doesn't, I don't think it'll really matter as far as which rib we put it into. I'm just gonna put it here on this very bottom part here, right in between these two ribs here. Texture, and we can do that on both sides, as far as grid snap and all that stuff, to make sure it's all like, you go there. So let's do this. Render this real quick and see what we got. We're looking at the corner here, so we got where we line up the ribs on the edge to the top here, and then our side ridge that we just did, side edge. Render that up and see what we got. There we go. Doesn't look too shabby. All right, so let's do. Now we've already got this edge here established. It makes it a little bit easier to do this edge. Just grab this poly here, and we're going to apply our quick planer. Just put it right there. Oh, and then we're going to run this across. Now what we can do, I'm going to turn this first this way. Let's so we're going to do this. There we go. Now what we can do here is we can grid snap this to the one we already got established. Okay, so what we'll do is bring back the ones we already have done. We want to put it basically where that one is. So what I'm going to do is scale this down, give it a little bit of padding so I can grid snap that potentially too. There we go. So now we can go into vert mode. Select those and then be in this mode one at a time here. So with the grid snap still on, tap these right to the so. Yep, so we got that all snapped, so it's in the same position as the other edge. So now let's look and see. We might have to. Yep, I can already tell we need to adjust this here. Like we did. Let's see. Okay, let's get it this way. Let's go ahead and render it. And it's probably going to be different from one. Yeah, so I got to flip it. You can see the dark edge here. We need to have it on the other side. So we need to flip it. Let's go ahead. I'm going to flip it this way. That's the right way. Not quite. Yeah, I might have to go. Let me render that real quick. We got the shape, and it needs to be this for sure. What might need to happen, this is the other thing I think of too. So this is going to be the other end, right? So we're going to need to probably put it over on this end. Okay, so let's do this. I got an idea. Now that we got the shape that we needed in, as far as the size, I'm going to select that poly, and then we're going to bring it, shift drag it down to this end. Go on this end rather than that end. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So the way we've got it shifting, you know, as far as the art of whatever you want to call it, the pixelization or whatever in the texture, I need it to have it on the end to which is related to this top edge, for example, in comparison to that side. So it's, yeah, and this is the way, like I said, with the way the pixelization or whatever is in the texture, to get that to line up right, I need to put it on the appropriate edge. So that's definitely much better. Let's go ahead and render that just to clarify. Oh yeah, much better. Yeah, so the fact that I just moved it on the other end of that. So now we got this edge representative of that top edge on this side, and then this edge on that edge top side. Cool. Good to go. All right, now we got to get this other angled side. Yeah, so this was definitely another approach we could take it as opposed to doing the cleanup on the way I was going about it before as far as to clean it up. This is definitely another approach. I don't know if one would be quicker to do than the other, because in both cases you're still going to have to remap it just much the same way I am. And we might have got to this step to mapping it much quicker. That's probably fair. But it's definitely a couple of different approaches you can take to it, to do the cleanup like I was, or just to create a new box and retexture anyway. Considering the fact that we had to retexture regardless of which way we did it, it probably doesn't really matter. We could do it either way and get the same result. Same end result. Alright, so it's planar that. Yep, it's going to have that angle on it. Now we had that angle on this end, so I'm going to put that. And since we don't have a pattern in it like we do on the other ends, we could just snap that to the same spot. Now we could put it on this end if we wanted to, on this rib, just, you know, for sake of argument, but we can put them both on the same end. I think it'll be fine. In fact, now I think of it, I could put this one. Let me look at the orientation of this again. So this should be, I want to verify here. So the slope's there. So this side. So basically the way this texture goes, we have Our top and bottom sides are obviously on top of it. You don't want on top of the other, it's fine. Our front edge that has the highest slope is on this side. This is the back side. Okay, so if we already mapped this side, so that's already where it needs to be on this side. This one we're doing now, and again, just for clarity's purposes, we would want to put that on this side. Again, this is our front edge, back edge. We already got this side done. That's where it needs to be, right here. So, come on now. This edge will go on this edge. So what I want to do first is at least grid snap it to this one here, and then I can shift drag it over to this edge between these two ribs. Alright, so let's go ahead and manually rotate this, get it somewhat straight, and then we can clean it up. No problemo. So let's go like this. So we're just getting it close enough to it's straight at this point. Now from here we can go to vertex mode, straight arrow. I'm using the vertical pivot, I guess, in this place here just to kind of straighten them out. And we can do this, like I said, as far as because we don't have that pattern going across this particular face, we can get away with doing that. Alright, so now what I want to do is bring it down here. I'm going to grid snap it. This one down here. Make this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna make this window a little bit bigger. Okay. That one again. Let me see here. Can I get away with this? I think I can. Wait, what other edges do I have? Let me shrink this down a little bit. Some padding here. Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, should be able. It's okay. This shouldn't be a problem. Alright, so let's do that. So what I'm trying to do is get a grid snap to this here. I'm also noticing what why is that not? Yeah, I was worried about. We might be a little bit too close as far as grid snap. We'll see how this works here. I don't know if it's gonna wonk out on me here. All right, so let's go here. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, a little too much going on there. So let's do this. Control Z. There we go. I had to zoom out a little bit. That's more like it. Now we cooking with Crisco. Right, now that we've got it shaped to the same edge there, as far as getting all straight, same scale, so on. Now we can go this way, just to make sure I got the appropriate edge. Let's, yeah, whoops. That is, select that. There. Now that I got them on top of each other, it's going to be harder to select it from this view. So now that I've got the proper, I selected it from the viewport to make sure I got the proper side that I want to shift over to this side. Just drag this over to this side. You know, and I could leave it there, you know, just for argument's sake, but what I'm trying to do here is make the mapping of these faces make sense in here. So if you were to come in here later on to understand that you have this edge on the appropriate side based on the model, each edge is going to be, so like if you wanted to put, for example, a different pattern on one edge as a comparison to the other, as far as texturing, what you would do to the texture would make sense as far as how you got this map. So if I was to put like numbers on each of these, you would see those numbers fall on the appropriate side. You know, so if I put a 1 on the texture for this side, that would show 2, 3, 4. You know, so that's just going around the whole thing as far as to line up the edges. That's the only reason. Now I could, like I said, go ahead and just say, heck with it, just put both those edges on one side. Now, as I showed previously, I wasn't able to put the back edge of, you know, as far as to line the ribs up, because of the way the artifacting and the texture goes, it wouldn't line up properly. If you look here, as far as how that artifacting that exists in this texture, for that, it wouldn't line up the same way over on this edge, because it's not the same. So it's going to be off no matter what I try to do, as far as to just keep this lined up with what it was over here. So it just made sense to bring it on this end to make it more compliant to how the texture looks on this end, the backside of that structure, I guess, as far as that. And you saw the results of that as far as when I rendered it. So now this just makes a lot more sense. Now if I was to collapse this all down and look at the mapping for this particular piece, you know, this roof in here, that would all make sense as far as where everything's at. Especially if you were to select the polys individually like this. Okay? So it's just making sense, I guess, of the whole mapping of it all. Okay. Alright, how we doing here? I'm feeling good. I don't know about you all folks. I'm just chillaxing out here. A little bit 3D modeling on a holiday weekend. Hope everybody's doing real well. I think Torch said he has to go pick his son up, so I think he's going to be back, and I think we'll probably still be here. We'll see. He may just be. Let's see. I think we probably will. Okay. What was okay, good enough. Just checking things out to make sure everything's not falling over on itself. That seems it. Very good, very nice. Alright, so we've got this all entirely mapped. So at this point, being satisfied with that, I can go ahead, collapse to all. And there's our new roof. Just to ensure though, I want to go effect pivot center. And also effect, so because we went ahead and snapped to that edge there based on our original, when we brought our box in there, just like I said, it's a good habit. Once you reset the pivot, just like I did there as far as the center up there, always a good idea to go and reset your X form as well. Just to make sure that it's not on a kilter or anything like that. So, get that selected. Here we should have, oh, I got 2 of them in here, that's fine. And this should be, because we've got a slope on it, what it's going to do is it's not going to follow that contour. It's going to make a box no matter what, as far as a straight box. So it's going to take the high points and the low points, and it should be a straight. It shouldn't be out of shape. So if this was out of shape in the form from one corner to the next, if it was, you know, out of kilter, out of wonk, that would be not what you want. This is what you would want to see as far as this type of shape. Perfect. I got 2 X forms in here, but that's fine. I didn't realize I already did it. We'll just go ahead and collapse both of these. So now we're back to our editable poly. So that is our new roof. It has many fewer polys, much more optimized, and retextured. Voila. Now what we can do is bring back the rest of our model. In this case, let's bring back our whole barn. And this is going to be with our new roof. And I still have, in the scene here, they're hidden as far as the old roof and the edge. Those are both edge. So at this point, if I want to still keep them in here for future reference, for example, I can do that. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and rename it. I'll bring these both back in, and it'll be in our items list as such. But because we got this one as new, we know this one's the old one at this point. But again, just for clarity, I'm gonna go ahead. I still got the UV unwrap on here. I'm gonna go ahead and collapse that out anymore, and we're gonna name this one as Roof Old. Okay. Oh my goodness. So now in our list here, we'll have roof new and roof old. And see how it reorders things? So it's going to put it more towards the bottom because I want the new roof to have more priority. So as far as in the top of the list, as I select things moving forward, and again, if you have more pieces in there, it would make much more clarity because as far as the priority of your items in there. So these are items that I wouldn't want to use anymore. I want them to be towards the bottom of the list, for example. As well as this roof edge, I'm going to rename this to old. This also has that. I'm going to go ahead and collapse that as well. Let's do this, and we'll name this one roof edge old. This is all part of the old roof. Many more polys. Alright, so we got that. There we go. So it's putting that all to the... So anything that's newer is going to be towards the top of the list. You know, as far as the order things, you know, if it's closer to the top of the list, you would tend to want to use those more than the ones that are at the bottom of the list at this point. For this type of design anyway. Okay, so now at this point I'm going to take these two and just hide those. Now all we're left in the scene is our structure with the new roof. And we totally designed it, you know, kept it in that same conformity as we had based on that edge of the old roof, as far as with any more polys. Now we don't have that problem anymore. I could probably do the same thing with all this too. You know, I might end up doing that throughout the course of cleaning this model up here, but for now I'm going to leave that just the way it is. But yeah, I could do the same thing as far as to create new boxes, you know, to kind of take the split out of it, for example. I think the fact that we took a lot of that out of the roof, that's a huge improvement. Huge improvement even with that. Okay, so now what we need to do, I'm going to bring this to our finished model, so we want to bring this back out. Alright, man. Yeah, I thought you already left. No problem. Thanks for getting my attention on it. It's been a long while since... Yeah, for sure. I'll leave in a few minutes. Okay, no problem. I'll probably still be here. Alright, so what I want to do with this one, I'll bring this back out. I think I am going to rename this. I'm going to call this roof... Probably just roof front, or I could call it a front truss. I'm just thinking of the order of things in this thing. I don't like the name of that. I don't like the name I used on that. Let's select this. I'm going to name it roof truss. But I want to establish it as front. Let's try this. Let's roof, not roof. Words are hard. That now, as far as my items list goes. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Alright, so it's with that being the way it is, I'm gonna go ahead and resave the scene. This will be our starting point moving forward from that. Yes, I want to. Wait a minute, did that come across? A second. That come across. Okay. I thought I was hearing reverb for a second there. Decided to try that again as far as on the system sounds there. Okay. Oh, just hearing things. Oh, so now we're at this level. So now we've got it saved. So anything we want to do from this point, this is where we'll start off with. So what I want to do at this point, I need to re-export the roof the way we redid that, and yeah, the main structure, and then this is a separate piece. So yeah, let me go ahead and bring everything out that's in the scene. That, and then we're going to isolate just the pieces that we want. So the only thing we want right now is this and the roof new. So let's select all, and we only want to keep this and this. Get rid of everything else. for now. And we can always control Z this, I guess, to bring it back. So now we're left with this. Okay, and we've already got that scene saved, so we'll be able to open this back up there once we're done doing this. We got to do this in steps here. So this is what we want as our new main structure. We want to keep that piece that we had initially isolated out as a separate piece, no collision, separate. So we need to collapse our pull jet, and the order of things is how we do this, how we collapse this. So I want to maintain the name of this entire structure as this name, so I'm going to select that one first, go to my items list, then select the roof new. Now that I've selected the pole barn first, that name first, I want to maintain that name. That's what it's going to be called when I collapse it. I don't have to take an additional step, I guess, to rename it. Okay, so with those selected, hammer time, collapse, selected. And as I do that, as I said before, you want to look at the integrity of the model as far as how much do you see any of the textures shift? Do you see any of the polys get flipped or anything like that? Because sometimes that'll happen. And that's what you want to look at as far as after you collapse. And if there is any problem, you might have to change the order of how you collapse it. In this case, it doesn't look like we have any of those problems, so that's good. And it did maintain the name of that because I selected that first as far as pole barn storage. Okay. So now while I'm still in this hammer mode, I'm going to do reset X form, reset selected. Then I'll bring that in here, and this is what we want to see. And again, because we got that slope on that, it's going to take the highest point and make a perfect box all the way around this, so we don't have anything out of kilter or shifted. We don't have the box showing off kilter from the true corner, I guess, of the actual structure that we've created. This is what we want to see. And from this point, I'm not worried that it's an edible mesh, because I'm not going to do anything further to it other than just to export it out so we can bring it into our Giants editor. Okay, so let's collapse that now that we've confirmed that that's good to go. And I'm also going to ensure the pivot good to go. So that didn't shift, so we're good. So from here, we'll be able to export the model out as an i3D so we can bring it into our Giants editor here. Let's do that. Let's go File, Export, and do i3D. Yeah, I'm also pretty curious to see in FS22 how Giants reestablishes how the i3Ds are created based on everything that I've mentioned before as far as the parallax occlusion and stuff like that. I don't know if it's going to be the same format or if it's going to be a whole new format to have to learn as far as as far as exporters to export models from the different modeling programs, let alone which modeling programs are going to be prevalent, which are going to be more prominent to use. I tend to think that they might tend to focus more on the Blender side of things. That's why I've been trying to learn a little bit about Blender in some cases, but what I named this i3D, it doesn't really matter. If I had other projects going on, definitely would make sense, I guess, to name it something that I can find. For this case, I'll just go ahead and name it Pole Barn Store. Something new, working on it. I can just name it Pole Barn for all that matter, doesn't? Because once I get it imported into our Giants editor there, it's not going to matter. Not going to matter. I won't need this i3D anymore. Alright, so spit that out. And I'm going to keep everything. As far as 3ds Max is concerned, I usually don't have to change any of this. It's a little bit more intuitive, I guess, as far as in Blender that I've noticed, as far as what aspects you can apply to the export of the model into an i3D. Yeah, so this exporter, I guess, so that's for 3ds Max. It's not quite as robust or intuitive as far as what options you can have on it in comparison, but it's still effective. So we'll go ahead and spit this out. And what that should have did is put that on my desktop here. Excuse the mess on the desktop. That is what it is. So now what we can do, now that we've got that exported, one thing I do need to do, let me go ahead and do that. I need to open this here. Oops, I'm gonna bring that up. Nope, I don't need to do any of that. Yeah, definitely do please excuse the mess on my desktop. It is a disaster, but alright, so yep, so it's got the texture applied to that. It's looking to see if it's in the right directory. So that's that point. Okay, it's just in the root of it there. So we're good to go there. Just making sure. Alright, so let's go back in our Giants editor. And what we need to do actually is bring this i3D and cut it and paste it into our pole barn. Right here. So we need to put it right into this folder. Now, the fact that I didn't step on my original piece here gives me something to go back on as far as which one. So the naming of it will help me as far as if I want to revert back to this one, I could still do that. But if I'm satisfied once I import this one in here, I could just delete it and just rename it this i3D as far as the original one. That's probably what I might end up doing. So let's go import. And no, I don't want to be there. Okay, so that should buy this one here. And we want to bring this one in. There we go. So we should have... Uh-oh. That was in the wrong location. Okay. Alright, that's what I had to make sure. So yeah, I did not need to bring that. So what it's doing is it's getting an error because it can't find the texture because of where I put the i3D. I could have definitely just left it on the desktop. Yep, I could have definitely just left it on the desktop. But what I'll do, since I've already got it in here, let's just do this. I'm going to rename or relocate, I guess, as far as where it's calling this texture from. So we're already in that folder as far as where the i3D is at, so we don't need to have that in the file ID here. All we need is the texture. Yep, go ahead and save that. So the fact that I moved it from the desktop into this folder, that's why I got the error. It's like I can't find that texture where you're telling me to look for it. That's all it's saying. All right, so now we can bring it back in. I can't. Shoot. Meant to import. Import. Or now it shouldn't get in there. Cool. We go. Now we can bring this in here. A couple things I need to do. So another thing that'll happen when you do reset the X form, your scaling will be set back to 1. If you don't do that, you'll definitely see the scale not to 1. So you definitely want to. So this one's set to 0. So what I'll do while it's in here, this one already has rigid body, and I don't. Yeah, so I do want to keep the rigid body into this main structure just like I do here. Okay, but also the other thing I want to do is set this translate. You can see where this translate is in comparison to this one. So we want to go by this translate because this is 0 as far as the ground based on Giants editor. So we want to definitely change this translate from here down to the ground. All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to do edit, freeze transformations, translate. That's going to move that down to that same position. So now those are both the same. Okay, now we can take this, cut it, and paste it into here. Why did I have that? Do I have a different scaling there? Hold on. Do an undo. Why in the heck did it do that? Oh, it's got a 270 rotate. Oh, that's a problem. So the reason it did that, what happens is whatever child transforms. So the fact that this has got a rotation in it, like this piece here that I tried to bring back into there, tried to inherit that rotation. So what I need to do in this case is freeze the rotation on this one. So let's do that. So we'll do freeze transformation in this translate, rotate, move that. Now we should have the red the red and the blue, I guess it all would be in the same. So from here, here, and here are all in the same direction. Now when I bring this in there, it shouldn't rotate like that. But paste that into, there we go. Now we're in the same position as the original one here. So if as I go between these two, the only thing that's missing is that isolated piece here for these trusses here. That's the only thing that's missing between this original piece and that one. Now, what I can do is turn this one off. It's there. What the heck happened there? Turn the visibility off for that one. Why is it doing that? I wonder. 7. Oh, I know why. Because of the LODs. I need to get the LODs out of there. I need to just get this out of here. Yeah. That was something I was trying there. I'm going to go ahead and take that right out. You know what? I can reconstruct this actually now that I think of it. I can go like this at this point. So let's actually put this one back this level. I was trying some things out with LODs and it's like I don't really need that anymore. So I'm just going to do this. Yeah, now I can just hide this one. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so the fact that I was changing the visibility just on that that piece there, because of the LEDs that were in there, it was basically just changing the visibility of my new piece there, which I don't want it. So here's our new piece, but that doesn't have the cross braces into it. But we still have that in here. I'll probably just end up deleting that. But I want to confirm that everything looks the way I want it. So the way it is right now, we just have this one beam going straight across here. That's technically bolted into this upright as well as into this wall. For example, we could just leave it like that. If we wanted to just leave it that way, if we're happy with this, we don't need to go any further. Just leave it just like that. But we do have the option, based on our scene, if we want to bring those cross braces in there without a rigid body to it, then we'd have that option to do that. Because the way we can do it is bring that one in here, that shape for those cross braces without a rigid body. So this one has a static rigid body all the way around this. So anywhere you hit this, with your equipment, it's going to have a collision to it. That's the way that would work. So if we bring in that cross brace, if we decide to do that without a rigid body, that you would be able to clip into, but you still get that visual structural look, I guess, as far as to have some more support there. So I don't know if I want to do. I'm going to go ahead and just entertain it anyway, just to do it the way I initially was thinking about it in the first place. And we'll have the option to be able to turn it on or off once we bring it in here, so that'll be nice too. So we're going to leave this open. This is what we got so far with our new model as far as those cross braces out of there. Gonna see how that looks. Actually change the lighting on this. Might have to reapply that light, 'cause that's not doing. There we go. There we go. We can kind of see the side there. I redo this for a second here. Let's do this for a second. Create a light. Do. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so that's what we got for that so far. Now let's go back to our scene here now, because we got this all collapsed here. We already got that scene saved. Instead of going all the way back, as far as the undos to get it back to the original, I'm just going to go ahead and do a new. Now I'm not going to save this scene the way it is. Don't save this. And then I'm going to reopen that scene right here that we already saved. This is going to be our starting point. So when I bring this back, it's right back to where we started. That's kind of the advantage of doing it that way as opposed to doing just a Control Z or undo, I guess, as far as to get back to there, because you might miss something or add something into the model that you didn't want to have, for example. Don't want to do that. Okay. So what we want to do at this point is bring out just those cross braces that we isolated. Alright, so we want to bring everything out that's in the scene, even the hidden stuff. Okay. And then only isolate those front traces of this roof truss. That's the only thing we want at this point. Delete everything else. It's already centered. We already checked the X-form on it. Everything's good to go. Mapping. So forth. So we can go ahead and export this out. And I'm going to head and put that right into our project folder, which is the pole barn. Find it. There we go. Alright, so we're just going to call this roof truss. Roof. Like so. And whoops, I put an underscore in there. I guess I didn't really need to do that. Camera lettering. It's kind of a redundancy in my personal opinion to use camel lettering as well as underscore. You really only need to use one or the other. And that's probably just a personal preference of my own, but yeah. Really, to put an underscore if you already got cam lettering in there, that's kind of don't really need to do that, in my opinion. Alright, so we'll go ahead and export that out. Okay. Now we'll go ahead back to our Giants editor and bring that thing in. I might need to double check the texture again. I might have to edit that because I got it pointing. Nope, that should be good to go. So the fact that it's reading right from, so it all, the way the i3Ds work as far as when you're importing, you want to pay attention to where the texture is at and where it would have to go. So does it have to go up a level, down a level? Is it in the same directory? In this case it is in the same directory, so we don't need to change anything. And that's basically the same one, the way the other one did too. So it's the fact that when I spit it out to the desktop, it was saying it needs to look for my folder here, which is pole barn windrow. I could have left it right there on the desktop and imported it from there. But the fact that when I saved and exported this one, I was already in that folder. That's where the texture is based on the location from Max. So it still helps whatever to ensure in your export or whatever as far as that it is pointing to it, because if you see an error, then you know how to correct it. That's all to explain there. So let's import this model to our truss. Now we've confirmed that scene. That's going to put it right in position. This is good. You know, we did it all right as far as resetting the export and all that jazz. We do not want to have rigid body in this one, in this case, as I was saying. So what we want to do is uncheck this so that it does not have rigid body in it. So this is going to be a piece that you can clip through with your equipment. So be it a tipper, a tipping trailer, end dump, what have you. If you got your wheel loader, as far as having it way up in the air, whatever, it's not going to clip into that. It's not going to have any collision there. So this is what my initial idea was as far as to apply it in this fashion, but still have that visual look that there's some support for that end of the roof like it is. So I think with this one here, I don't really need to change the translate to this. If I put it to 0, it's just going to put this translate, I guess, as far down here. I don't really need to do that for this. It's not important to do that because it'll be a separate piece from the overall main structure. So I'm going to leave it just like that. So we're going to go ahead and cut this and put it into the appropriate transform though, which is right here. So we do paste. There we go. Well, that's all into position there. So this is this would be our completed piece. This in this fashion, with that piece not having any collision into it. Now, the other thing I didn't do, and I'm going to do that while I'm at it, is I need to, now when you export from 3ds Max here, it's not going to have the ability to put a normal map onto it, for example. So the way to correct that to be able to put the normal map that I have on there for the roofing and all that stuff as far as the sheet metal that I was showing earlier. To correct that issue with 3ds Max, you want to go into shape and actually apply tangent, and that'll allow you to put so if I didn't have this checked here, it would not allow me to put the normal map to it. So I have to come into here as a prerequisite to allow that ability to put the normal map. So now from here, I can go down to normal map and point to this normal map. Okay, for some reason, why did it add to the truss though? Really sure why it did that to the truss. Oh, I know. See, and this is exactly the perfect point. So the fact that I didn't apply the tangent, it gave me some information down here. Doesn't have the required. So because I didn't apply that same aspect to the truss yet, it made it go bye-bye. It's still there, right? But it makes it invisible. So all I got to do is do the same thing that I did for this main structure here too, is do the same thing. Add tangent, and that's all you got to do. There. Now it's all good to go. So all of it has a normal map to it. And that's the simplest fix for applying the inability to apply a normal map, I guess, to a model is just apply that tangent aspect to it there, and it'll let you do that. And that goes for no matter if you're working in 3ds Max or anything. If you don't have that tangent Oh, we're ready, folks. Bit of a short intermission here. Okay. Yeah, we left off here. So what we want to do, that's looks like it's all installed there. I might give it a try. Here. So let's get we still got some preliminary stuff to do anyway, I guess, to get this prepped to make this it's a thing. Let me see here. Alright, so one of the things we got to do. Okay, so now that we got these individual items in here, the items that we don't need anymore, like this, what we brought in here from our previous experts, we don't need those. So we're gonna go ahead and delete those. We've already got those in our Giants editor, right? Already all in here. So all we gotta do from here, I'm gonna take this light out. We don't need that light in there. Right, and then we're gonna save this as this. Okay, so now that we've got our new i3D, like so, so we got our structure for here. So I think what I'm going to do is make a folder and make a, so this is part of the preliminary stuff, I guess, as far as that goes. I'm going to make a new folder here called Office 19 Pole Barn Window. I'm going to put this in as placeable, but also, you know, with the way I've got this design here, I can definitely import this to a map. But I want to make a folder here in the form of a placeable here, so there's some prerequisite for that. That's what I'm going to do. Let me still got to shift some things as far as my setup here. Do all this stuff on the fly, and it's not fun. Try this here. So we go like that. Yeah, that's. Y'all seen the cluster of tools that I have? Oh. Like, what in the hell is he doing? Okay, but that's I'll be getting a lot of that fixed up or whatever. Hopefully I figure out all the problems I was having. Start the stream there. Alright, so we want to call this Pole Barn Render. And part of my logic behind naming this, I say, okay, so this is the key points. The fact that it is a pole barn, you know, it has the poles, you know, as far as with the concrete and the sheet metal and all that stuff, and so it has that idea to it. But the fact that it's got windrow to it, it invites the idea as far as like, okay, this is used to store loose grass, you know, well, it kind of invites that idea as far as like that's what it's for. So instead of just calling it a pole barn storage, just something more simple like that, it's like it invites ideas like, okay, this must be storage for loose straw, grass, whatever, anything in that's, you know, in loose form, as far as like notice, like I say, straw, grass, hay, alfalfa, anything mowed or whatever, be able to put into it. That's part of my logic is between naming it. This is all. Okay, so things. Hang on here. There we go. Alright, so that is our folder for that. So now what I can do, because I still want to have the ability to put this in a map. I'll leave that out here. I'm going to duplicate all of this and put it into my new creative folder. That's not what I want. Yeah, I screwed that up big time. No, that's not what I wanted. Delete that. Paste this in here. So all I'm doing here is I'm creating a mod folder, right? So this is my project folder, this particular item. When I'm trying to create, doing this as a mod folder, I guess, as far as to create placeable, right? So I think I'm just gonna leave it just like that. So what I need is a mod desk, okay? And you can grab that from pretty much any other mod that's out there, or there's plenty of templates, I guess, out there, I guess, as far as that are just blank mod desk. I'm gonna grab. I'm trying to think of where I've got one here. I've got lots of stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab the one from my map. Should be good enough. I can clean that up. So let's grab this mod desk. Like I said, for pretty much any mod you can grab one. Let's do this. We'll do. Okay, so in my mod folder here, I'm gonna paste that in here, and I'll have to edit this, obviously. Get it to do. This is based on the one for Dairyland map, so we'll make this just a version 1. Placeable. Now we're just gonna call this Pole Barn Windrow. Initially, I might end up changing the name. Spell right. Words are hard. Sounds good. Oop, that's not what I want to do. Yeah. Oh, for crying out loud. Really? Working against me here. There we go. And all I'll do is just copy that into this one here. I don't know what the translate is for that, so I'll just for now I'm gonna put that in here. This is just for purposes. Now our description, the C data. So it's like if you were to submit this officially to Giants, you want to have it in the form of C data. That's why all this information is orange. That's all because if it's on the official mod hub, it's first to be able to access the information in the form of the description through the Giants mod hub. That's the format it would have to be in. You know, for that, that's why all that's formatted in such a fashion. So what I would do with this as a description here, we're just gonna put a short description in here. So we are going to put Pole Barn storage. Just a short description, just for now. Nothing phases. Now, as far as our change log, I don't really need any of that information because this is a first rendition. Right, so I can just go ahead and take all of that out. Okay. All we need, and that's for the English. You can see these end tags here. And basically all I'm going to do is just copy this information to the DE portion of it. And I can always translate it later. Again, this is all taken into consideration if you were to officially submit this to Giants. This is the format. At minimum. Okay, so there's a description for it. Got our icon, so we can make an icon for it. I'm going to leave that as that. We don't need the map section. This is not a map. It is a placeable. Okay, close this up here. We don't have any additional. We could add some 110 areas as far as to explain certain things. So I might leave at least the 110 section with one level text in there. Okay, and then store items, all we need for this one here is for placeable. So the fact that there's plenty of examples in here, I guess as far as what we need. We need at least one of these for placeable. This is going to be a placeable. Right, and all the rest of it we don't need. So we can take just one of those. Right, and take this one off. So this is really all we need. So root node placeable, and then we want to change this XML name. We'll have to create an XML for this. We're going to call it Pole Barn Windrow. Here we go. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Helps to spell it right. Man, my words are hard today. There. Pole barn window is what we'll call the XML. And I'm going to apply my own brand as to it as far as being an SDS model. And we don't need this source here for global company. Not going to be based on global company. So that's really all we need right there. So what we will have to establish is an XML. We'll have to name it Pole Barn Window. That's the only other thing we need. On top of bringing in our brand logo. Okay, and I can get that from previously. Actually, let's go ahead. This up here a little bit. Go. That should be all we need for our mod desk. We'll go ahead and save that. Close it. Now we need to get ourselves an XML. Got our mod desk. Now we need an XML to go with this model. So I'm gonna grab one of my other models here, and one that I did here. Might have seen it in there. Was an outhouse. Let's grab this one. Nope. XML. Let's go XML. This is a placeable. It's got a sleep trigger with it and all that stuff, so we'll be able to edit it. Oh, for crying out loud! What are you doing? I didn't want to open it. Just want to copy you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, this one I don't need. We're done with that. We're done with that for now. Back to our mod folder we're working with here. Paste this XML. We're going to rename this to Pole Barn Window. Now, I can do it this way too, since I more or less inherited. Just do it this way. This is what we're going to call our XML. Copy that. And rename this. And again, you can pretty much grab it from any other XML, XML from the mod desk, or like I did from that, and then you just have to edit it to comply, I guess is what you got going on with the model that you're trying to create here. Okay. So in this case, we want to call this. I'm going to get from the mod desk. Let's open the mod desk back up real quick. We're going to do this. Copy that and paste that same down. And again, don't know what the translation is for that as far as the German, so I'm just going to leave it like that. So this one has an example of how I used 110. Anytime you want to define a function that is not a default function that's in the game, as far as in the sim itself, you would have to create that. And that's where that 110 section comes in here. That's why I kind of use that outhouse as an example. So if I want to do a further explanation in the store, in the game store, as far as like what this thing does, I'm going to bring that description for this pole barn, I guess, into that. Okay. So the description right here, I'm going to basically just also explain this in the store. So this data shows when you're in the mod list as far as getting it off your mod list as far as when you load your map. So that's at that level. To get this to show in the store, I'm going to copy that same information. That's not always the case what you would want to have, but in most cases that's what you would do. So it's like this information will show in the C data will show, like I said, in the mod list as far as when you're loading your mods up as far as to create a save game. That's where that'll show. This one actually will show in the store as you're buying it in the actual in-game store. Alright, so again, I don't know what the translation is for this, so I'm just going to put them both here just for now. And I will translate those later, but just to have those available. And other than bringing in our brand logo, we're pretty much done with that. So we'll go as far as the mod desk and description. Now, what'll happen is with this function here, I also got to change this, my bad. So I got to change this to, what do I want to name this? Let's do just pole barn. I can also probably shorten this up too, so I'm going to do P barn. try to keep these function names, I guess, kind of to a minimum. So I'm going to do p-barn windrow just to kind of shorten that up a little bit. And then what I'd have to do is actually put this same function that's in the mod desk and translate that into the XML for our mod. So we got to go back to here. So where it says function else, we got to change this. That. So now what'll happen is in the store, it'll actually read the mod desk and print this in the store, or the in-game store. That's how you would create your own custom function for things like that. If there's not one that explains it best, I guess, as far as out of the default in-game functions. So there's plenty of them that do have functions in there, but if you don't have one, to try to explain what your mod does, you can do it this way. All right, so I need to change the logo. This one, I've played around as far as, naming the store image. If you've got several different i3ds, I guess, as far as to load, like in a mod pack, like if you've got a pack of i3ds, I guess, as far as in one mod, it behooves you, I guess, as far as to put the name, as far as the store icon that it is. So you don't really have to have the name in there unless you've got more than one type i3 that's going to load from the same mod. Yes, if that makes sense. So in this case, you only need to have just one image that says store. So I'm going to need to bring in a store image, an icon image, and our brand logo. That's as far as into that. And then this here, because I'm using a custom brand as far as SDS for Spline Design Studios, I'm going to change the brand to that, because that's already established in the mod desk as far as which brand I'm using. Okay, now in this case, we don't want this to be, we want this to be misc placeable. And I can either do a misc placeable or just sheds. I don't know which one will work better for this one. In this case, I'm just going to do the miscellaneous placeable, MIS. And in this case, it's going to be uppercase placeable. I'm going completely by memory, I guess, as far as, because I've put a lot of things in this category. So this is a category that's already established in Giants, as far as the game itself. So what it'll do is, like, you go under placeables, as far as going to the store, go to placeables, and in that miscellaneous category, that's where this is going to show. Whether I want to keep it there, I'm not 100% sure yet. So placeable ID, this is still going to be placeable. Don't want it to be a farmhouse. I'm just trying to think here. I think I gotta, I went by memory here, so I gotta remember. I think that is just placeable. Spell it right though. Just to verify, I want to confirm. So this one, the one that I'm using here, was obviously, like I said, it has a sleep trigger, so that's why it's under farmhouse. Just to confirm, I'm gonna go this way. Let's see what we got here. So farmhouse, or excuse me. Here I've got something that doesn't have. Yeah, let's do this one here as example. Yeah, so this has got a store icon. In fact, I need this too. I'm gonna bring that over to our mod. While I'm at it, let's go ahead. Put that into there, because I know I need that. I don't like to take store images and icons, I guess, from other mods. I like to use a blank one and then start from there. So that's probably a fair mention. As far as grabbing stuff, I guess, from another mod, you can do that, but you want to edit those, I guess, as far as eventually at some point. So I like to start fresh on the images, so I don't like to use, I guess, stuff like that, because you're going to have to edit them anyway, like I said. So yeah, what I wanted to look at, it's another little project I'm working on here, so that I know this one's a placeable. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So yeah, this is what you'd want. Species and the placeable type is placeable. Yep, so that should be all good to go. Very good, very nice. Okay, so back to our Pole barn for windrow. Now we need to establish the i3D. So we got this name, so we go to our mod. That's going to be this file. So we're going to do properties. A lot of these things have to line up there, otherwise they don't work right. So there's plenty of things to have to do. It's not really that hard. You get into a pattern. You know, you kind of get used to what has to be done just to get it to work right. Paste that. So we don't need this hotspot. If you want to put a hotspot on, you can do that, but you really don't need to have this on here. So we don't have any animated pieces to it, so we don't need that section. Pretty static piece. This is what allows for the sleep mechanism, so we don't need that. You would have to put all the appropriate nodes in there, I guess, to make that work, but yeah. So then we'll have, eventually we'll have to establish our clear areas, leveling areas, and if we want to make it seasons compat, we'll leave all that stuff in there. So we'll probably add nodes, and we'll have to adjust those nodes for that. So the only other thing that we got to add at this point, as I was saying, is a store image. I'll use a blank one, and a icon. Okay. So yeah, we should definitely be. Oh, I changed this. That's right. I got it. Oh, you dummy! Can't believe I just did that. I don't believe I just did that. I closed it without saving it. You dummy. You big dummy. So now what I gotta do is I gotta re-put that in there. I can't believe I did that. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and reestablish that. So I did, just to confirm what I had in there. Cannot believe I just did that. You moron. Alright, so copy that. Just to reestablish that, just to make sure that I've got the same exact one that I meant to have there in the first place. Error on my part. So again, I'm going to take this. Already explained all that, so I'm just going all through the steps again because I goofed. It happens sometimes. Alright, God, I'm kicking myself actually for being that dumb. I can't believe I did that. Paste that. There. And like I said, for as far as the translation for that, I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I can always adjust that later. So we'll just establish that. Okay, so this is good. Save it. Close it. Okay, this one should be done. The other thing, I'm going to keep this open because I'm going to have to apply those nodes. And I have a template, I guess, for area definitions to take care of this type of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and import that to our model while I'm at it. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do import, and then I've got a 19 editing, and then we got area definition. So what this will do is bring in a section here that will initially apply that at 0, and then you can just have to adjust it accordingly based on whatever it is you have in your mod here. Okay, so alright, let's get this lined up here. So it's got this at center. Now all I got to do is take the start. It might be way out here. Okay, so what we need to do is establish the start to be so what this does, as far as the clearing areas, as far as the snow mask and all that stuff, it'll actually apply. You got to basically create a border, for lack of a better way to explain it. Okay, so we'll do that. That's our start. Now our width, we want to bring this in. And basically, just like it looks here, this point right here would be that corner of where that would land. So this would be where that starts and ends. So that's the corner for that border. That's the corner for that border. And our height. Bring that in probably a little bit. Yep. Just bring this in a little bit. Yep. That's basically just creating a border all the way around that as far as your clear areas. And you might have to adjust this. You have to test it in game or whatever to determine if it needs to be closer or further out, as far as that goes. Okay, so that should be good. Now this is, if you wanted to establish, like, say, a seasons mask for this one here, if you didn't want it to have it this far out, you could do a separate section here just for seasons, so that it only does like the inside, if you wanted to go to that level, and then you would put the proper nodes, the season section, in your XML. For now, what I'm going to do is just keep them all at the same level, and then just adjust it from there, just to get some clear level and seasons mask, I guess, established initially here, at least anyway. Okay, so these nodes, the start node for that is going to be this. I'm going to copy that. And you do not need, I guess maybe I should have made that clear. You don't need the anything on the right side of the greater sign. So in this case here, all we need is just 0. Oh, wait a minute. Did that put... Oh, that's on 1. My bad. So yeah, I goofed up again. No problem. So what I need to do is actually get this area, so I don't have it in this main transform. So the fact that it has a 1 on here, we don't want that, because that's treating it as a separate component. We don't want that. We want them all under 0, as far as the 0. So I need to put it in this main transform here, so I didn't do that. So let's do edit, cut, and then paste that right into here. Now it's in this main transform, so it's actually a part of this whole model now. It's not in here as a separate component, so now it's at 0. So now the start will be at 2, 0. And again, anything to the right, as far as placeables goes like this, you don't need that. The only thing that needs the whole node is equipment, as far as like your vehicles and stuff like that. You don't need it as far as form of placeables. And that goes for animation nodes and stuff like that as well. So that. So our start node for clear nodes, we're just going to do these all at 2, 0. The start node for this will be at 2, 0. And as well as mask. Okay, then we do the same thing for the width. We go back into our model. Width is going to have this node at that position. This on the width node. And all this is doing is it's telling the game where to look for. Yeah, so the way we got that established in the model here, as far as where am I supposed to create this boundary around the object, because you're basically telling it what the boundary is for what you got in here, because it could be a totally different size than what we got here. This is how you tell it. Just that. Okay, now as far as the height thing, go this node, copy that, and paste that all into the height node. Each of these. Now, for the leveling, probably fair note here, I'm going to get this all copied. Pasted. For this leveling here, the way this ground type works, this is anywhere that's in that boundary. As far as I showed this boundary, you can see the visual boundary. Any space that's in between here, as far as what it has to use for leveling, it's going to put gravel in this case, the way I got this in here. If you want asphalt, dirt, mud, whatever, you can just put that in there. I'm not going to leave it at gravel, but if you want to have concrete, asphalt, whatever it might happen to be, you can plug that into here. I'm just going to leave it at gravel, like I said. That's just what it'll put down there. In a lot of cases, when you put a placeable down there, you end up usually sometimes changing that anyway based on the landscaping tool. So the fact that it's only going to have this little bit all the way around it, as far as in the form of gravel, potentially, not really a big deal. So that's what the leveling does, as far as to apply ground type to that border of those defined areas. So are we done? Other than bringing in the store and icon, that's really all we're done. We're pretty much done with this one here, so we can go ahead and save it, close it. Now all we need to do is establish, that's the very last thing I usually do anyway as well, is bring in the store item. I do have an empty icon, So let's do that. Close this. I do have empty icon, which is right here. Yeah, see, this was some of the mod desk stuff that you can, you know, as far as a blank mod desk, you can bring that information into. There's plenty of templates out there, I guess, as far as for that, or you can just bring it in from a existing mod and just adjust it accordingly. Either way, so I'm gonna close that, and then bring that into a mod. That's the empty. Now the icon is the smaller image that shows in the mod list as far as when you're selecting the mods that you want to load in your save game. So that's that image. As far as that's usually smaller. But I'm going to rename this. It calls in the mod desk just to be icon. Okay, so I'll name that icon, and then what I can do, I already got Paint program open here. I can make an empty store image, and those are 512 by 512. That is the standard size for those types of images that have no bitmaps. I'm gonna go 512 by 512, and I'm just gonna make an empty image just for now. Just for now, just as a placeholder, so there's something in there. But to fill that in there, I'm gonna go right there, flatten that all. Just as a placeholder, like I said, for now. I could make it gray too. I think I might just make it gray. Sometimes I make it gray, black, doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be a placeholder. Okay, save that, and we're gonna save that to our mod folder, which is barn here, and just save this as a DDS. Now the icon image is already as a store. I don't know why I haven't created an empty store one. For Creature of Habit, I guess as far as like that, I usually will sometimes just create a store image. I could probably go into, I guess as far as real loosely, I guess as far as how you want to make just even just a temporary store image, other than just the way I just did it. Let me go ahead and do this first, and I can kind of run through that real quick. So we'll do store. So I won't have an alpha channel in it. Normally you would have an alpha channel, so you wanted a DTX5 because of the transparency, the translucence in the background. But in this case, it's just a flat image, so I don't need that right now. And you definitely don't want any bitmaps. Go ahead and save that. That's going to be relatively small. Usually it'll be bigger size, I guess, as far as file size, because you have an actual image of the equipment or whatever being depicted in there. If you don't have that, that's why it's a little bit smaller. Okay, so, but just to go in really quick, I guess as far as if I wanted to make a store image based on, you can do it from Giants Editor, and I'll just show this really quick. And I think I've shown this before in the past, you know, as far as how to do that. But if you wanted to make a store image in Giants Editor, you can do that from Giants Editor. I'm going to create another light. Adjust this. If it'll cooperate here. Might have to put a couple of them here. But it's this is why sometimes I don't like to use Giants Editor to do it, because it doesn't really give me a good result sometimes. But let's do this. Light. Alright, so we'll go with this. For now, let's say we want to use that as our store image. So what you can do, and I've already got this set up in here as a kind of a shortcut on my start menu here as far as the snipping tool. Snip this. So what I did is I just grabbed the screen capture in the form of a snipping tool, or like that. Now I've got this image. I'm going to do an edit copy, and I'll close that. And then I'm going to paste that in my paint program. I can close these up here. That was just showing off the textures earlier. Get rid of that. And then I can paste this right here. So there's the one. There's the image I snipped. Now, from here, I can kind of edit it out. I can do... So I know there's openings in the back here, so I got to make sure... I have to edit this up here a little bit. So let's flood that. flood that, and flood that. Okay, this is a really quick way to do it. This is kind of like the primitive way, I guess, of creating a store image for your item. So now from here, I'm going to make this, let's do a layer. This is the steps I would use in PaintShop Pro 7. So I make these two as far as that flooded area there, as far as make them both the color swaths here like that. Okay, and then what I do, I can actually do one of two things. I can do it that way, or I can take my magic wand and do this. I can step it out like so. All that color. So now that gives me just an image like that. Now from here, what I would do is do copy, paste it into a new image. Now I know the image for the store is 512 by 512. So if I look at this, it's already at 657. So what I'll do is go image resize, and I want it to be within that constraint 512. Now that I put it, whoops, in this here, I know what the max length and height of it is. So from there, I can keep a constrained resize so that it resizes it in both directions as far as height and width to fit in that 512 by 512 constraint. So from here, I'll go, let's say, resize it to 450, and I want it, yeah. So the constraint, I want it to maintain the aspect ratio. So if I put the first number here for the width, it automatically adjusts that height so that it keeps that scaling of it. So it's not going to stretch it or distort it any. Okay, well, that should fit in there. So what I'll do is I'll take that, paste it in here as a new layer, and there's my store image. Now, to go even further, like I was saying with the alpha channel, okay, that's a whole nother level. So if we go like this, we got this in here by itself, right? So we want to take that layer as far as what we want to create a mask for. So we go selection, select all, and I want to make sure my marquee is just around what I want to mask. Okay, so then from here I go to saved alpha channel. I don't have any alpha channel. This is what it's going to look like. Anything that's in white is the only thing that's going to be shown. Anything in black, it's going to eliminate. Okay, that's basically what it's telling me. So that's good. That's what I want. So now I've got a mask onto this. So now what I can do is go layers, merge all, flatten, file, save as, and then overwrite that. Now this should be a bigger file size. I'll have to change the, like I was mentioning earlier, as far as like with an alpha channel, when you got an alpha channel like I just created there, you want it DTX5 and no bitmaps, as opposed to DTX1. It has no alpha channel. What that should have done, created a new store item. It's a little bit bigger, so it was 129, now it's 257 because I have the alpha channel with that image of the barn in there. This is everything that I need as far as to make a zip out of it and make a placeable. This is really all I need. I got everything defined. I got my brand that I'm using based on the mod desk. I've called which i3D I want the XML to load, as well as all the other definitions. Everything else as far as the store and even the icons and their related mod desk and the XML. That's pretty much the short of it, I guess, as far as how you want to create a mod, as far as based on a model. So whether you're taking, from something from scratch, to kind of make a mod, you can take stuff from other mods that are out there, as far as the mod desk, XML, store image, whatever, or you can just, create your own store images or whatever like that. Like I just try to show, there's much in different ways, but you need to have this structure, just like I've shown, to include, I guess, as far as the C data, even if it is just minimal, like I got it here, to explain what's going on with the mod and where those pieces of information actually show in the store. So, okay, so from here, all I have to do is just create a zip of it. Now, my compression tool of choice is 7-zip, but you can use WinRAR. You can use just the Windows compression tool. It usually works fine, but the process to create the zip, you want to, from your mod folder here, you want to select it all, as far as all the contents of it, and then just right-click. And like I said, my compression tool of choice is 7-zip, but you can definitely use the Windows compression tool, or if you've got WinRAR to create an archive, you can do it that way too. I find 7-zip actually compresses the zips much more effectively. In my opinion. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I did that wrong, my bad. So I'm gonna right click 7-zip and add archive. This is just a small zip, so it shouldn't be too bad as far as to step on the stream too much. If it was a lot bigger, there's a lot more files like a map. To zip that, I would definitely not try to do this on stream, because that does use some CPU and such whatever to actually compress this file into a zip. So if it's a much bigger file, yeah, you just have to take that into consideration. All right, so let's go ahead and zip that. That was relatively really small because it only has those few files it would be able to compress, so not too bad. So there's your mod. This right here can be able to put that right into your mods folder in your game, and you should be able to test that out. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. I might go ahead and try this. Now that I've gone through this whole mess here, it might be worth a try. I'm going to close some things out here first, just in case. Because, again, fair warning, if I try this, as far as what I tried to do earlier, it totally stepped on the stream terribly. So, if it does tend to kill it, I guess, from this point, then it's just a fair warning. Just keeping everybody forewarned. So I can, I got this all saved. I don't need that. I don't want to save it that way, so I want to get out of this. Close some things up here real quick. In fact, I can go ahead and close this all up as well. That's really probably just going to be a placeholder for the store image for that, but that's one way you can do it. You can also use, there is the Giants store icon creator, generator. That's another method to do. Most cases you would use that for equipment, but you know, as far as mods like that, if you don't like the way the lighting works, you know, just as far as the way, sometimes it might work better. I guess as far as to do is that store icon generator that's totally available by Giants. If you look through the Giants support forums or even on the Giants development network, you just do a query for it, you should be able to find it. I won't go through the specifics, I guess, as far as that goes, but there is definitely one out there. I'm going to close all this out. Let's close some stuff up here so I can try. So what I will do here initially, I'm going to cut this and put it to the root of this for now, and I'm going to post this to copy this over to my mods folder. Let's see if this will work. May work, it may not work. Alright, let's post this in there. So now it's in my mods folder. Cool. Okay. Just holding my breath here. I'm hoping this doesn't actually. So I did save that all. Pretty sure I did, so let's go ahead. All I did was add the lights there to create the store image, so I should be good. Here, let me do this real quick. I can leave this one open. I just want to verify. I'm pretty sure I did save it. I just want to make sure before I close that. So let's open this up and see what we got. Put up another instance of Giants Editor opening RI3D like that, so that's how it loads. Don't move that way. No errors, that's good. Always a good sign, no errors. This is how that model loads. Okay, so we should have, yep, no rigid body in that, and that one does, cool. And we got our normal map, barn map, cool. We are good to go, alright. Well, that is saved properly, just wanted to make sure, just to confirm. Don't need to save that. Cool, now I can close this one. Yep. Now that I confirm that, go ahead and close that. Already zipped it up. Put it in our mods folder. Cool. I'm just prepping myself to try and load the game here. Once again, fair warning. Go ahead and do this real quick. Fair warning. So the fact that if this does crap itself, I guess as far as when I try to load this up here, we'll know why. I did have a problem with this earlier as far as to get the other PC to. So far, it seems to be working, so I'm just double checking. Here goes nothing. If nothing else, if it steps on it, if it ends up causing a problem here, I apologize in advance. All right, let's close that. Let's see here. Hey, Torch is back. How we doing, Torch? Welcome back. Good to see you back. Yeah, so I was in the process of what I might try and do is not do it through Steam, because that was part of the problem that I had. Is it's trying to read the steering wheel. I don't really need the steering wheel, so I might just go ahead and load this right from the game. So I think I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah. Okay, let's do it this way. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully. That already disconnected us. So there goes nothing. Like I said, fair warning. If this tanks, if this totally just kills the stream or whatever, the way it did earlier, I 100% apologize in advance. Alright, so here goes nothing. Let's load this up. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh, it is making me load in this. Shoot. Dang it. Okay, hold the phone. Hold, please. I'm glad I got that. Glad you all can't see this, that's for sure, because it's not playing nice. Hold on. We'll get this figured out. Okay. Try that. Yeah, play some slots and all that stuff, I guess, while I'm waiting here. Okay. Still gonna log into that though. Forgot I had that on there, but let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, this thing is such a turd. Alright. I think I got it. We still here? I think we're still here. I think we are. I see you still playing shots. Fluids. Nice. Deal. Give me some ones or twos, or let me know you can still hear me. I don't care. Show me an emote, something like that. Let me know you can still hear me. On my end, it's still showing good, so I think we're good. Okay. We're just got slots. Cool. Good to see that emote wall is working too. That's pretty neat. There you go. Alright, so we're all good to go. So we're going to launch this. Here goes nothing. I really do hope this works. And it doesn't crap itself like it did. That was so upsetting. Oh man, you're coming so close on those. The 3 robots, you can get the 3 Mr. Robots. That's the maximum points you can get on the slots. That's 1,000 units of fluid. That would be spectacular. Alright. Let's do that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring this over. I think it's all loaded. I think we're good. There's one. GG's there, Torch. Nice. Alright, let's bring it over. So it is loaded. So far, so good. Now what we got to look for is our actual mod, which was that pole barn windrow. exactly what we named it in the mod desk. So this is what I was saying as far as like the icon image. That's the small image. That's what shows up in your mod list as far as loading up your save game. Okay. And then the store image is obviously the one that shows in the store when you're buying it in the game store. So I should have one in here, and it's all alphabetic, so it should be pole barn, so it'd be in the P's. There it is, and that's actually that's the icon. So the icon is empty, so that'll be empty. The one in the store will be that one that I created, so that's why this one's empty. It has nothing in it. I'd have to edit that one still, I guess, as far as to show that in there, but that's normal. We want to check that. That's our that's how it'll show in that regard. Our mod list. We want to load this up. Should be able to buy that in the store and place it. Let's see how this turns out. So I know there are some errors in this version of the Dairyland map because I am trying to apply a couple different fill types and amongst other things. So I'm not really too concerned about those other errors, other than the one for this mod that we just created. That's the only thing I'm just down here. Oh, yeah, that's on a cooldown. You did you try the one for the channel points redemption there, George? No, you had those working there earlier. So for anybody that's out there, as far as if you've got channel points, as far as those units of fluids that are in the channel points that are below where you type in the text for chat, there are some redemptions for sound alerts, I guess, in there too. So not only are the ones, some of those are in the commands, I guess, in the chat itself, but okay, stream kind of burped there a little bit. Uh-oh. There you go. Yeah, stream burped there just a little bit, but still good. There you go. They working. Nice. Okay, so we are loaded up. Here we go. I think it might have burped there a little bit because it's once it got initially loaded up there. So here we go. We are in the game. Sweet. All right. So far so good. It's kind of a little choppy. Yeah. So there's some things that I've been playing around with in the map here, and you can kind of see that already. As far as working with ground height terrains to get different diggable type of fill types in there. So far, it's not working out for me so far. I gotta figure out some deals with that. So the only thing we came in here for is to see how our placeable windrow thing. Alright, so let's go into our store. And it's gonna be under placeables, and it's gonna be under that miscellaneous items. That's what I was showing earlier in Axis Mouse. So when you go into placeables, it'll be under miscellaneous. And whether I keep it in there, it's still yet to be determined. Might make more sense to put it, heck is it? Is it not showing up in here? Uh-oh, it ain't in here. Alright, let's look at our log to see if we've got errors for that. Okay, so I know there's some other errors in here, like I said, so I'm not worried about those. Fill types and stuff like that, so we're only concerned with ones for our pole barn that we created here. It's definitely not showing. Okay, there's some errors for that. We don't want that. Yeah, I already know about that. Yep, I already know about that. Unit convert. Looking for anything. Oh, yeah, here we go. We got a warning here for invalid. Oh, I did put that in the wrong category. You son of a gun. So that would explain why it's not showing in the store. So we got to adjust it. I thought it was. I was going completely by memory. So I obviously did screw that up. So that's why it's not showing in here. So this warning that's showing for invalid category, that's why it's not showing in our store. So we got to fix that. We got to fix that. Okay. I took a complete guess, so That's fair. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of this. It loaded this way, so it shouldn't have to worry. So we just got to fix that with that. So that at least gives you some idea as far as running into problems. And like if getting the category names correct and whatever does make a difference. So let's go ahead. Let's back over that way. Out of this, and we just got to fix that issue there. All right, let's close this for a second. Okay, I'm gonna leave that open. Now, let's bring this back over and let's check out our mod folder. See what we got here. So what we did was we put it in the wrong category. The naming of it, at least anyway, is not the right one. I thought it was, actually I think it's placeable misc, so I had it backwards is what I did. Okay. Okay. No problem. So let's go back into our XML. The fact that I did misc placeable, it should be placeable misc. I just did it backwards. Placeable. I think this has got to be lowercase, and there is a it is case sensitive. It's in this thing, I think. Let's see, do I have another yeah, let me see if I've got a second here real quick. Just one moment. So I gotta check another mod that I think has that same. This one does. So this is something else that I've been working on. Yep, right here. This is the way it's gotta be. Like I said, I know it is case sensitive. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this one. I had the right idea with it. But I couldn't remember if the P was capital or if the misc was. That's why I had to double check that. So this one I know works, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that and then just paste it in here. So now that we should work, so I'm gonna go ahead and save that. There's so many categories, obviously, as far as by default, so it's easy to get them kind of jostled up there a little bit. So let's go like that. Now we got to rezip this with those changes. Okay, so that's updated, cool. And then we're gonna go select all, zip it, and archive. Yes. Okay, and then we can cut that and paste it back into our mods folder. Like so. Paste. Yes. Cool. Just overwrote that one we already had in there, obviously. And then we're gonna go back into the game. So it worked that time, so it should. There's a reason it should work this time too. There goes nothing. Might have been a miracle, like I said, that's happening right there, but I'm reading off. Okay. Check and make sure. Cool. Good, very nice. And I'm using a current save game, you know, as far as, and it doesn't matter because I'm not going to really play it. That's all I'm going to do is test it. In most cases, what you want to do is probably test it on a fresh save, just to make sure there's no, but the fact that there's really not that much complexity, I guess, to this mod, the fact that this being a placeable, it doesn't have like any other functions or anything like that, it's not really as much a big deal. But definitely if the mod has much more like animations and things like that to it, a lot more function, dynamics to it, probably wanted to do it on a new save game as opposed to an already existing save. As far as testing goes, at least anyway. That way if there is problems, you'll be able to pick those out and not have to muddle through all the other errors that might exist in a save game that you're going into anyway. Alright, so we're going to load this one up and go back down to... That should be right here. Old barn for windrow. And load that up. We'll just take a second here to load here. So yeah, good to see everybody hanging around. Everybody's having a good time. We're getting ready to close this thing down here pretty soon. Once we get this tested out here successfully. that's going to be a good place to do. But I always like to take that approach now, because I've done this on the streams here. Is once we get whatever it is we created, and actually be able to get it into the game, you know, as far as in its element type of thing, to actually see our finished work. All right, a little bit choppy there for a second, not too bad. All right, so now we want to go into store and go to placeables, and that should be under this category. And there it should be. So that's our store image that we created that I showed how to do in there, and it's got our custom brand logo. And I didn't set the price or whatever like that, and that's fine. That can all be adjusted in the XML. From what I borrowed, I guess as far as from that outhouse or whatever it is I did, it's like I can adjust that accordingly as far as if I want to make that worth a little bit more than $250. But as far as that information, I was talking about the function as far as in that 110 section of the mod desk, because I put that in there and I put that function in the XML, and now it's going to print that information in here in the store. Not only will it show that in the mod list to let you know what this item does, also in the store it'll show that same information to give you an idea of what you would potentially use this for. In this case, it's a pole barn for storage and windrow. And if I wanted to put field types in there, I could do that too. As far as for specs, I could add that function there too, so it gives you an idea as far as for grass, hay, so on and so forth. So if I want to add that level of information, I guess, for it too, I can do that as well. But for now, this is going to serve our purpose to at least be able to buy it and put this down. So there's our model. And let's try and put it over here. So we can, at this point here, we can see, you know, with the rotations, as far as how that's going to do, how that's going to work. The fact that we can pretty much put it anywhere. You don't get any problems as far as being able to place it, even with those clear and leveling areas, I guess, applied. And so we can place it right there. I don't see it applying. Oh, you know what? Did I apply all the... I don't think I did. That might be something else I have to check there, because I'm not seeing it do the leveling and all that. Might have to look at that in the nodes. I know I did apply the nodes, as just refreshing my memory here as far as I think I did. Alright, I'm not even seeing that change price on there. Alright, let me check with the log here just to see if there's any issues here. I am getting an LUA. Oh, what did I have here? So I do have some. That might be for that node. Index not found. Okay, so it's not finding those, and that explains it. So it is telling me it's not finding the clear and leveling areas. Okay, that's why I'm getting all this Lua color. So the 200 is not found. Okay. 20, so all those level and clearing areas are not found. Okay, I'll have to see what I did wrong there, obviously. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, so that's something I do have to fix. No problem. This is all part of that process, I suppose. So anyway, it plant this. It just didn't apply the clear and leveling area, so I'm going to have grass in here. So this is what happens when you don't have the clear and leveling areas. This is what happens. But you can see the model is in here. You can at least test it from this stage, at least anyway. It just doesn't have the clear and leveling areas, and that's why it's the grass and all that stuff isn't cleared out. That's what those nodes do. The fact that I must not have noted those properly in the XML, that's why it's doing that. So let's grab a tractor, the tipper. I want to grab something that has... I don't want to do this here. Let's go to the store again. I got an idea. I got a couple of ideas, I think. So let's go into here. I want to grab a long enough trailer to be able to test our lack of collision, I guess, in that area that we define there. So let's go ahead and buy that. And we also need a tipper. Or a trailer. So we should have one deli dump. I think I got an end dump in here. Yes, I do. Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and load this one up. Trade and leave it just at that. That's fine. Let's go ahead and buy that. Well, bang. So now we go over to that truck and trailer that we just bought at the store and test this bad boy out. Okay. I am using keyboard and mouse, I guess, to do this, so. Okay, so we can that. And I don't know if we've got pose nodes on here or not. I don't think we do. It's got the attachers there, but it doesn't have. Okay, fair enough. I would definitely know if the tipper didn't work and all that jazz. I would definitely know I would need hoses. Yeah, like I said, keyboard and mouse, so. Oh, that's what I was trying to avoid. That stack, that mess there, I think it is collidable, and that's one of the other reasons why I got to figure out what's going on with being able to put dynamic heaps into the map. Still another thing I got to work on. What I want to do, I'm going to cheat this in here. So I'm going to go to my development tools and actually put some windrow into this thing. Now you can put anything you want, really. The fact that it is labeled as, it doesn't have a tip occlusion as far as what you can put into it. You could dump pretty much anything into this barn. But what I want to test it for is grass. So like, let's put, but you could probably put silage or TMR or anything you wanted into it, wood chips. But I want to test grass. Primarily what it's designed for. Like I said, it doesn't have a tip occlusion for anything like, you know, to say you can't put this in here or whatever. So what I want to test this on is if I tip this and go all the way back, how that end, just because this is an end dump, how that shouldn't clip or have collision, I guess, on that piece there that we test for. Alright. What we can do at this point, so it, like I said, doesn't have a trigger as far as just to unload or whatever like that, so you have to do it manually as far as left control I, as far as just to dump it right here. Very simple structure, nothing complicated with it. There we go, so it's going to dump, and what should happen is that trailer should go right through. I'm going to go back further. See, it should be able to clip right through that. See, this is a little bit longer trailer, but that, you see what the point that I was trying to do as far as like if you wanted to put a trailer back there, see how it's clipping through that? That's why I wanted to take that out of there. It still lets me dump. Now this is a lot longer trailer, so it kind of gives you an idea though as far as just how much more flexible that building is to be able to get that into the actual thing there. This is really what I wanted to test out as far as that goes. There we go. So the other thing, oh crap, actually bleeding through that. That's interesting. I might have to change the lightable properties, I guess, for that so that doesn't bleed through the wall. That must be something. That might be something else I have to adjust. This is this holds quite a bit of grass, so, but I wanted to try that at least that way anyway. Get the idea though, like I said. See how far it lets me go up that as far as clip right into that. You know, and then from this point you could take a wheel loader or whatever like that to be able to scoop it further back into the chest. See how far it lets me go. Oh, that's crazy. It doesn't actually have collision in any of that. What the heck? I better check that to see. Okay. Is it all out of there yet? Oh, a little bit more. Does this have collision on it at all? I'm gonna check that. just a little bit. Does this have a collision on it at all? Let me check this here. I was able to go right through the roof there. That should not be the case. Maybe that's why it's going through the bunker there. Does it not have... Definitely has rigid body there. Okay. There. Why does it not have it in the roof? That's crazy. The only place it shouldn't have collision is in that cross brace there in the front. Up on the wall. So it definitely has... See, it actually came out the back there. But see, you get the idea as far as if you were to have a conveyor on the back of this here, you'd be able to convey that out of the back side there. I am trying to figure out why in the world that goes to that wall then. Does this have collision? Let me detach this. Does this have collision? Why can't I get up there? Here, sir. Alright, let me get a tractor. Might just be back clearance on that truck. Why is that not letting me in there? It's got a little lip on there. That's probably work better if I had the clear and leveling areas for sure. But alright, let me go ahead and attach this. Grab this tractor. Try this one out. I really want to figure out why there's collision, no collision in the roof and this wall here. Does this have collision? It does. I don't know why that's going through that. That's weird. Might need a different collision mask on that. Oh, that's going to come down to. And I can create custom collision if anything else. That one that's the rigid body that's by that might not be effective enough. So yeah, looks like it's coming right through that actually. Okay. That'll come down to just being able to apply, I guess, a particular type of collision so that it doesn't allow that to clip through there. Not 100% sure why. I mean, that might work out pretty good, I guess, if the fact that it should really have collision. Let's see. On the roof, the fact that that whole trailer is clipping through definitely is there. Here, can't get it. Do this one more time. I don't know if that was just one area of that. Yeah, that trailer should not have been clipping through that whole roof like that. Try this again. Yeah, so we definitely got some adjustments to the model for sure. But at least it is in here. The only error that we've got, for the most part, is the way I noted out the... Okay, let's put something else in here. So that... let's see here. Let's go... Let's put some alfalfa in here. There we go. That's built into the map. Just in case anybody wasn't sure. Alright, so let's dump this in here. But what I did notice on the other side there was letting that trailer go right entirely through the roof, and that should not be... Oop. Alright, keyboard steering. Not be performed here, huh? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see what's happening. So it's some of it's allowing me. I already own this land, so there should be no reason why I shouldn't be able to unload. Okay, there we go. Why it's being picky that way? All right, there we go. Got it. Yeah, see, that's going right through the egg-on roof there. That shouldn't be happening. What? Definitely gonna have to take a look at that a little bit closer. That definitely shouldn't be a thing. I mean, it may not be a bad thing. It might be somewhat of an unexpected surprise. You know, the fact that you can get the end up in there like that. But what I'm wondering is if that'll actually serve to keep the rain out and all that stuff too, because there are certain collisions that you use, I guess, to maintain, you know, as far as some are static, some are dynamic, some are kinematic, things like that. Still dumping. Yeah, the fact it's clipping right through that's really weird. I'll have to double check that in Giants Editor just to see, because that should not be doing that. The only place it should allow clipping in is that very front crossbar there. That's really interesting. It definitely has rigid body all the way around as far as on the sidewalls and stuff, based on what it did with the tractor. Okay, that's really all I wanted to check there. Done. Okay, so we'll have to take a look at that. Other than the clear areas, I guess I just noted those are on. So I got some cleanup to do on it, but at least I got it. It's in the game. She's in here. Not too bad. So I don't know if I actually like this or not. So this is what I was talking about earlier, I guess, as far as these holes in the back. I don't know if I want to keep that way or not, because the fact that if you get it too close to the back here, it's obviously going to spill out. I might have to do it a little bit differently. Something to consider, at least, anyway, I guess, as far as how I want to go this route. This is the other thing I wanted to test anyway, see how well that would work. I wouldn't want that much to dump out, I guess, anyway. So I might have to redesign the opening, I guess, to be, you know, more of a, I don't know. May not even go with it at all, I'm not sure. It was an idea, it was a thought. It was a thought. Okay, so let's get out of this and we'll check out and see what's going on with the roof on this deal here too. I think the reason why it's clipping through the wall like that though is because this dynamic heat, that is the windrow, has a different collision requirement, you know, for things like that. So like I'd have to probably look at it like the silage bunkers, see what collision's on that, and I might have to apply that collision to this wall, I guess, and probably all these bunker walls, because that's so that'll have a different collision on these in comparison to the rest of the deal, potentially. All right, so let's get out of this. This is why I like testing things out, you know, just to see what works and what doesn't work. Okay, we having fun yet? I think so. Hope so. If you're not, please let me know. Alright, so getting out of this. Let's bring that on over here. We're going to get out of this and we're going to actually take a look at the Alright, here, let's bring that back up here. There we go. Okay, so in our mod folder, we're going to load that back up into G. We can do it from here, so we can either do it from the mod folder level here or our project folder, either spot. So that's basically both the same thing. We'll do it right from the mod level here. Mod folder level. Those are our project folder. Okay, so we got to load it up here. Let's see what's going on here. So at this level, we do not have any rigid body, but we do have. Oh man, I keep seeing that out of the corner of my eye as far as that Mr. Robot. One of these times you're gonna get it. You got the one, but that wasn't the Mr. Robot is the most. Firebat, how we doing there? Welcome on. Man, that's been a hot minute, huh? What are you doing there, Firebat? We're just building stuff for Farm Sim here, and we just tested out not too long ago, I guess, as far as know how much that you caught, but we were testing out this storage bin, storage shed or whatever for some windrow on loose grass, whatever. And we one of the things I did screw up, which I'm going to take a look at that. What we did notice, like, is the trailer will actually clip through the wall, but not necessarily the wall. So what do we got here? There is rigid body in the roof there, so yeah, this is the only piece that should have no collision. That is really peculiar as far as why all this has. That is weird. Never seen that before. Because usually when you put this, even the static collision, maybe I might have to put the compound on it. Let's see. Nope, that does not have. Yeah, there's no compatible. Okay, so yeah, that's not gonna work. So this usually the static rigid body selection here usually will apply collision to the entire model, but the fact that we clearly saw the trailer clipping through the roof there, that is really weird how that's happening. I might have to put a physical collision box, I guess, as far as a custom one on there, and that's not hard to do. You can actually do that in GE here. You can actually do that in GE here. And the way you do that, in fact, let's go through that really quick. I can kind of show real quick in here. So if you wanted to apply a collision to the roof, other than that brace that we have there, first off, what I'll do is I'll hide that for just a second. Let's turn the visibility off for it. Oh, wind down a little bit? Cool. Did you go see some fire boomers, for the holiday or not? Or yeah, we had a lot of them booming off, I guess, when I took a short little recess, I guess, first. Yeah, there's some booms going off. I don't think they're having any fireworks tomorrow. I don't remember if that's what they said or not. So they started Thursday, they had some yesterday, and then today. I don't think they're having anything tomorrow. I don't remember if that's what they said here. "45 minutes, yeah. The one they had tonight, I think it was about a little over an hour. Yeah, it was like an hour and 15 minutes or something like that. It's a pretty cool show. Beans. Alright, so I turned the visibility off, and yeah, even where I'm at there, you can see them a little bit, because they're like, they're probably about 5 or 6 miles away from me. We can still see them up in the sky. They put them up pretty high. They're pretty loud too. It's pretty cool though this time of year, I guess, when they do that. So I turned the visibility off of this, but what I was going to show is how do you make a specific collision. So let's do that. So we're going to create a primitive, and we're going to create a cube. It's going to come out initially a cube. We're going to change it. We're going to go edit cut and put this in our main transform here, like thusly. Now we got this cube. Now we're going to stretch this out, and we should have it. It's right in the center of this thing, so it should be equal on both ends. Cool. And then we're also going to stretch it out this way. And you can, there's plenty of different types of collisions that are available in other mods that you can do the same way. But I tend to be a little bit more custom, I guess, in this fashion. Keep that as zeroed out as possible. Why did that move that way? So throw that out. Did I move that? I probably did. Try to keep that zeroed out as much as possible. Alright, let's do that, and then we're going to bring it up this way. Then we're going to rotate it. Sure we are. There we go. Okay, I did move it up on the Y. I can, in most cases, usually what I'll end up doing, and it doesn't matter that these are at 0. I always like to try to keep it as much as 0 at 0 as possible. This one's not really critical that it has to be at 0. Okay, so it's gonna be like that. Let's do this. So that's on the Z, so let's do it this way. Let's fine tune that. Which way does that gotta go? That's gotta go issue. It's gonna be. So that's gonna be closer to 7, 8, 5. Oh, where you're at, you. Heck. -6. Okay, it's too high, so we want it. So it's gotta be 5. What's up? All right, Torch. I bet you just stopping on back and hanging out there. You have a fantastic rest of your night. I was at least able to show the bulk of what I was trying to do in the first place there, so I appreciate you coming by. Uh-oh, what happened? I turned it on. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'd check out those pictures there too. I mean, what happened to my num lock? Shut off. The heck? Hold on a second. Yeah, I think I did it. Shut off. Not bad. I turned my num lock off. I was like, why the heck is my numpad not working? There we go. I pressed it off. Okay, so this one's got to go. So it'll be 7, 8, 5. Oh, it's got to go lower than that. 6, 2. Oh, too much. Alright, so it might be more like 5. There we go. So I'm trying to get that parallel with that. Cool. Get that up a little. There's a method to the madness here, obviously. All I'm trying to do is create a custom collision on this thing here. And because I don't have, you know, a separate piece to be able to grab out of this model, it's all one piece, I can create one. It's fashion. Alright. Whether this will work or not, I have no idea, but it's worth a try. Alright, so now from here, now I got it scaled to where I want it. I can... I'm not worried about the translate, but just the scale of it. Let's do this. It's not really critical to do that. I just want to set it like at a 1. So if I do any additional adjustments to it from this point, I'll know where it starts from. So I'm going to scale that back to 1, and also on the rotate. Let's do these transformations and increase the rotate. There. That's going to be my ground one. So if I adjust it any further, I guess from this point, and I'll have to at least start from 1 and a scale of 1, and then that angle and all that good stuff. Jeez, Pete, words are hard. Not that it's critical that you have to have these types of collisions set to that. All right, so now from here, what you can do is number want to change this to, I'm going to name this as collision. And I can even go much further and put that way I know it's for the roof. The name of it doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that the way the properties that you apply to it is what's critical. Alright. So rigid body. And on this one I'm going to apply I'm just going to leave it at that for now. Now on the shape, so I don't want this to show. It doesn't have a texture on it, but if I leave it like this, it's actually going to show like this in the game. I don't want it to show, so all I need to do is make it non-renderable. Now there's a collision. It's actually on that one as far as in the custom fashion. So it's apparently at this level, it's not applying it, so I'm just forcing it to say, put it a collision on this piece here, since we did witness that there wasn't any collision on it. It's on that trailer. So the other thing I need to look at is how did I node? Oh my goodness, I don't even have them in here. That's why. How did those get removed? What the heck? So my area definitions went away for some reason. Okay, that's why I was getting an error for that. Did I not save that? I thought I confirmed that I did. Good grief. Okay, so I'm going to have to reapply this all. John Van Zombie, I see you. No, I see you. I see you. That gonna work? Ah, you bum. I don't know if that worked or not. I think it's showing on my end. Try to use that. Use that eyes emote. How we doing there, John Von? You know, of course, said he had to leave. Cool. So, got this custom message. So all I did was just turn the visibility for it off, but it'll have that collision network force in that issue. So I got to reapply my area definition. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go import, put those back in there for some reason. So I think when I didn't confirm, yeah, I didn't even pay attention that those weren't in there. Well, another screw up. No worries, we can add them in there. We'll fix it. We'll cut that and put these in our main transform. We're all good. Yeah, so I think when I confirmed in my model before I closed that one version of it out there, if you remember prior, I didn't notice that. I was just looking at the model itself. I wasn't paying attention as far as all the other stuff was in there, like the area definitions. Like, whoopsie. Alright, so now we got to re-establish those, which is no problem. It's still going to be at... Actually, that's going to change, so I'm going to change that to 3. So now we got this collision. Okay. Alright, not to worry. So we'll go ahead and turn this back on. Yeah, so it's just moving it down one node to 3 instead of 2, though. Wait a minute, why are those not working? That one doesn't work, but this one should. If you've got channel points there, John Von, there's our redemptions for that too. So those are in the chat bot itself. Are those not working? 1 second. Double check here. 1 second. Fluids! Exclamation point fluids. You want to check your fluids. Oh, so the audio commands are an exclamation point. I don't remember how I did that now. Yeah, so those are all the audio commands. Wait a minute. What the heck happened to my... Did I take it? Oh, you know what? I think what I did was I took them out. The ones that are in the sound redemptions for the channel points, I think I might have took those out of there. I think. Here, let me double check. Oh, that one works. There you go. Checking your fluids there. 33 out. Oh, look at all the threes. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It's better than 6, 6, 6, 6, I guess. Nice. Yeah, so that one works. What about, wait, did it not update? Let's see if this one works. Damn. Let me check, You know what? I might not have brought those over. Okay, so that might be something I'll have to look at, those audio commands, all those. But there should be the ones in the channel point redemptions too. You know, as far as the units of fluid, I guess as far as well, the text chat there. I know those work. That should be in there, I think. I'm gonna have to look and see. I know there's some files that didn't necessarily get moved over onto this new PC. So that might be what's going on with that. Alright, let's get down to these, yeah, so that's just something I gotta double check on. Make sure those are where they're supposed to be. Okay, where did we leave off? We're putting our area definitions back in. That's what we're doing. Okay, let's do that. So we gotta move this. Let's get this initially into position. So all these does is just create the area to which it'll terraform, I guess, as far as, you know, take out the grass or whatever's in the way so it levels it out, so on and so forth. That's what these areas do, as well as define, if you're playing the seasons, to have it seasons compatible. You know, if you get snow, you don't get snow inside of your building here. So that's what these areas will do. This over this way. And we're going to have to change the nodes in the XML so that it'll read those properly. Not a big deal. Right, I think we said it right. So, again, just to kind of reiterate, as far as what these do here, this little point here, that's what defines that corner as far as where that starts and ends and so on. So if you can see these all together, see that there's where it starts, that's the width of it, and then it ends up over here. So it'll make a square around this thing to create a leveling area, as well as to, like I said, to clear the grass and also create a mask for no snow. It has to be in that particular boundary, and that can be adjusted, of course. Alright, but now what we need to do is we need to go to XML for our mod and adjust the nodes for that. So all we gotta do is change the 2's to a 3. So I did move it down. So all these that are 2, we need to change them to 3. And I'm gonna do it this way. Let's go search, find, place. We need to find 2 and replace it with a 3. Like so. We'll do find next. Oh, that's going the wrong way. Dang it. Go down. First 2, so replace. So what it's doing is replacing all these that are green. Let's stop on those. Replace, 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 replace. This is why this is one thing I like about Notepad++. Perfect. So yeah, we can change the price, I guess, while we're in here too. We don't want it to be $250. Let's make it $2,500. That seems to be a reasonable price for this building. What you been up to anyway there, John Von? You just getting out of work? Did you have to work? Or you got the holiday off? Oh, you're off? Nice. Cool. What you been doing? You been playing games? What you been playing? Want to know all the things. you've been playing with Invectus there or whatever. Alright, so I got all those nodes replaced, so we gotta save that. You just finished it? Wow. How many hours did that take? Just out of curiosity. Oh, he's like, no, hell no. Yeah, how many hours anyway? Okay, so we gotta save that. Took you around 30. That's a pretty decent amount of hours. Not bad. So you're gonna get into they got the Mass Effect 2s though, right? I think that's the latest one that's out there. So you did 1, I guess, as the prelude to that, so you want to kind of get the whole vibe. I've seen a lot of people playing Mass Effect 2, so. Well, you did all the side stuff for yeah, but still, even doing that, that's significant. All right, so also what I need to do, I saved the XML here. I also need to save this. Now I got that in here. I didn't do that last time, that's why I'm having to redo it. Also do save as and put. Where's my project folder? I'm gonna save it here at this level, and then just copy it over to our mod folder. So this is the project folder. No, take that back. That's our mod folder. I need to bring this over. This is our project folder. So the fact that we can take this same model that we just created and put it into a map, you know, with the appropriate textures and so on, or also create it as a separate mod to be able to place it separately. That's kind of the accomplished by doing this. That's why we've got so that's our new one. So now we should have that area definitions for that, as well as our collision and all that stuff. We got the adjustment. Oh, we got it. Did I save? Yeah. So the XML is also saved. Cool. So now we got to rezip this. Rezip it. And there we go. Keep debating Emma. You're always, all the time. All the time. NMS as far as No Man's Sky, you mean? No Man's Sky is pretty good. I haven't even played that in a hot minute. I can't even remember the last time. I don't even have it installed here yet. I've been slowly putting the new games on the new PC here. So fun as filler? Yeah. That's fair. I'm hearing you. I've been in there. It's kind of good for filler. You can really get lost in that thing. I mean, you can just go on and on and on and be like, before you know it, it's like, holy shit, I just spent another 10 hours of the damn thing. Alright, so let's go into here. Paste. And yes, we're going to replace that. Now we're going to go back into the game. So far, it's been working really good, so hopefully it stays that way. Let's load this back up. Okay. Goes nothing. Okay, so we're on the loading screen here. Let's go this map save, and we just gotta find our B and the P's for Old Barn for Windrow. Yep. And load her up. Now we shouldn't have any errors for the area definition nodes, or now if I applied that collision properly, I guess as far as to that roof there, we shouldn't have any collision out there. If we still do, then it just means it would have to have a different type of collision mask for it. Really kind of weird, like I was saying, as far as the reason that trailer was clicking through. Shouldn't be doing that. Really shouldn't be doing that. But we're gonna see if we fixed it. At least if we put that collision in there like that, we have the option of being able to adjust that collision to the appropriate collision mask onto it, so that stuff like that doesn't flip like it was. Okay. So now we can go into the store. Into placeables. miscellaneous, and I'll probably change that category. I don't know if it fits, I guess, to put it into that category or not. Yeah, so here it is right here. Yeah, see, now we're getting all the leveling. See, we're getting the turning red. Where's in the areas? Yep. Cool. Alright, so now we know this is going to work, and it's changing the price for it too. So the fact that I put that $2,500 price tag onto it, see how it's adjusting depending on how much it has to deform the ground where you place it. So yep, we can spin it. I'll put it roughly in the same spot there. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more than $2,500 base price because it has to deform a little bit. Oh, are you freaking kidding me? So it stepped on the texture, son of a gun. So it's because it's white. I forgot to change the. Oh my goodness, you dumb butt! All right, we got to fix that. So it's white because it can't find the textures because the way I saved it in the root folder, when I brought it in the mod folder, it didn't change where it was reading the textures to. So because it can't find it while it's in the game here like that, that's yeah. Okay, so I goofed. That's why it's going to be all white. But even while it's in here, even though the textures aren't on here, that's not going to matter. So the fact that it is applying the area definitions to clear the ground, that's good. Just have to excuse it. What I want to test here is see if it's got collision on that roof now. If it doesn't, then it just means we have to apply a different type of collision mask to that. You know, so that the trailers, when they, the end dumps, or whatever, don't clip through it. Okay, so let's go right to the store, and we're gonna order yourself a truck. Let's get which bad boy. It's fine. And also tippers, trailers, and we're gonna get the same trailer that we tested already. Where did she go? Right there. Get that one right there. Bye. We'll go pick that up at the store. Okay, so mosey on over to the store. And line those up. There we go. We're fixing stuff to our building here, I guess, for grass as we go. And the fact that it's so funny because when it is funny, haha. I think this is collidable. Yep, that was something. That's why I was avoiding it earlier. So I still got to figure out how that works. I guess as far as the terrain, height detail stuff, as far as to be able to put aisles of stuff that you can actually dig into. That one's obviously not working. That's still stuff I'm working on with the map. Okay, so what we needs to do, gotta cheat some stuff into this. So we're gonna put some, yeah, that's fine. Let's put some grass in here. Okay, and then we're going to jump into this thing. Whip it around. I'm using keyboard and mouse on this here for now until I get the issues with the wheel, I guess, figured out for this game. It's the fact that it keeps floating back and forth between being able to tip here. Now it's kind of weird. I wonder why it's doing that. Not too sure. Get somewhere. Alrighty then, so let's unload here. Try. Yeah, so even though the textures aren't in here, it doesn't take away from the fact that it should not. Oh, it's still clipping through it. That's interesting. So I guess I'm going to have to put a different collision mask on that there. It should not be clipping through. Based on what I've got in there. As far as a static collision. So that would still need to be tweaked on, but that's, as far as the function of this particular building here, it's not incredibly terrible. I'm still thinking too that I may not keep this opening in the back there for potentially for a conveyor. As far as for conveyor belt on the backside, because it tends to want to dump out there. If I do, I might make it so where you can potentially close that. It's like a door. I have to add some more dynamic to it so you can close and open that. As far as being able to, yeah. So that's something I could consider. So anyway, if I do keep that opening there to put a conveyor back there. Yep, that might be something to consider. I might do. Not that it wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Here, now, here a little bit at a time. There we go. So I want to check while I'm at it here. Can I run this trailer into the wall here? So there is collision on that wall there. It's just on that roof there. It's just really interesting. Just on the roof itself. Really peculiar. The fact that it's got rigid body pretty much everywhere else, but clipping through there too. It's clipping through there too. What the heck is going on there? Definitely have to change the collision, the collision mask, whatever, on that stuff for sure. Okay, it's the stuff to take into consideration at least. Anyway, I think that must be why it's clipping through that wall too. Very, very weird. Okay, so yeah, I think it's just coming down to, like I say, I know I keep sounding like a broken record, but it needs a different tip collision mask. That it doesn't flip through walls and stuff like that. That's all it boils down to. Okay, so if anything else, that's something to consider. I think that's about all I'm good for right now. I think that's enough playing around in the farm simulator for today. Go ahead and get out of this. Definitely got some things to consider, I guess, as far as the development, I guess, of this particular building, I guess, to be able to store loose grass. Grasses, hay, alfalfa, and all that good stuff. So, alright, let's get completely out of that. And now, yeah, let's go back into our, see the mess that's on my desktop there. I need to get that cleaned up there. That's just from, in the process of trying to get everything moved over from the old PC. And I had to scramble, so we did fail miserably, I guess, as far as trying to get both PCs, I guess, to talk to each other. So I'm completely just on the one PC, so hopefully I can get that all figured out too. So yeah, the fact that I've got this collision on here, I would need to put a different collision mask to it. I'd have to play around with that to see which one's going to work better than what we were using, obviously. But it had the area definitions, I guess, for that. I put the gravel on there. Huh, you got that one to work. Nice. There you go. Were you able to, you got channel points there, John Von? Were you able to redeem, I guess, any of those sound alerts, I guess, that are in the channel points? Just out of curiosity. So this one has no... Yeah, this is the only piece out of the roof, really, that should have the ability to be able to clip through. What I might try and do... Oh, something else I think of... Yeah, right off the bat. So in our mod folder, I gotta actually change the... Yep, I gotta go in here and edit this. Oh yeah, it's reading from the wrong location here, so I gotta change this. No, that was because that's why the textures didn't show. Need it to edit it to like this. Go. Don't know why I put PNG on this one. Not that it's really an issue, but it bugs me that it does that. Let's have that collision on that. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so I know that was one thing, but the other thing is I'm gonna try and open. Let's close this one out for a second. No, I didn't do anything to that one. So I'm gonna open the one that's in. Just trying to think of one. Well, the original barn that I did for the bales. Let me see what I did there. Oh, for crying out loud, where's that darn thing? Brain fart. Alright, here we go. Let's try it this way. That should be in here, so we'll go to should be under placeables. Yeah, that should be open barn. Old shed. Yep, this one right here. So let's open this one up. There it is. This is the one I did here, so the collision is in this one. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you found it. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. There you go. Yeah, so for the channel points, those should be in there. So there's your horse fart. See, and I think because I've got it in there, I took it out of the bot as far as to have that redemption in there. How do you get those? You're the one that showed me. You go to the Streamlabs, or not the Stream. Yeah, I think it's the Streamlabs extensions there. You're the one that showed me how to do it. What you talking about? Well, that might be why, but I could have swore you were the one that was telling me, I guess, as far as how to do that. So you have to go into the extension. It's an extension. And you go in there and you can use sound alerts, I guess, so you can use either bits for sound alerts or just channel points. I could have swore you were the one that was telling me that way back when. Yeah. Maybe it was. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's how those work. So yeah, that's all on. So it's all web-based. I guess as far. What's nice is you don't have to have the physical sound on your machine. It's all web-based, as far as cloud-based on that extension. So you can upload a custom sound alert and choose to use channel points instead of bits, or either way. And you can only have up to 5. Have up to 5 sound alerts based on channel sound alert redemptions for channel points, but 5 is probably quite a few, in my opinions. Yeah, let's take a look at this model as far as how I got the. I thought that was all I had was the static collisions. Let's take a look here. Let's see. Well, yeah, I know this one works as far as the collision on the back and all that jazz. I don't have collision there, okay. So I do have it here. That's all it is static. What the hell? That's really weird how that's working as far as... yeah, that's the same type of collision I got on that other one. Interesting. Yeah, so what I did on this one, if you go all the way back here, I took the collision out of these so you don't clip into those posts. Support posts there, so you still got the visual aspect to it, but you don't have collision into them. Yeah, I wanted to look at that one to see how I did that business. That's really interesting. I wonder why. I wonder if... I think I know. I got an idea. So when I originally applied the LODs to that model, I think it might have stepped on physics of it, I guess, as far as how the collisions are applied. I think that's what it is. Okay, let me go back to that real quick. Go check that out. Let's go back to our mod folder here. Now let's go to our mod. Okay, so oh, wait a minute. Does this have static shape, pole barn, smart? Where? Shouldn't be. Maybe that's what's screwing it up too. It's not compound. What's compound? Both. None of these are compound. Why are you coming up? Static shape. It's marked. Where is it marked compound? There's nothing in here marked compound. What you talking about, Willis? Huh. Interesting. Oh, so what is this? Collision. That's what it should be. Why is it coming up? These are not compatible settings and may cause a crash count. Ooh. I don't know where the heck it's finding. Oh, it's not marked compound. Dummy. What the heck are you talking about? Talking about Willis. Yeah, so I gotta figure out what's going on with these. That one doesn't have it. This one doesn't have rigid body on it at all, which is on it. What the heck? Yeah. I'm just looking through this just to see what might be off. Really nothing off. Not sure why it's doing that. Huh. That is super weird. I don't know why it's... Let me open this up. We'll close it completely out. Reopen it. Yep, so editor's closed. Bring this up. Why is that showing? Okay, now it's not. Maybe that was just a... Okay, I was just looking at it wrong. I was going to say, there is no compound in it. I don't know what shit you're talking about. Alright. Yeah, but the fact that that other barn that I did there, it has some proper collisions into it. I've got the same ones in here. I don't know why that's making the equipment clip through that. That's super weird. Collision, yeah. That is odd. Yeah, so everything that's highlighted here should have a collision on the way on. It shouldn't be allowing anything to clip through it. I'm gonna take a look at a second. Let's go. Another idea. Let's load up a silo. Here. We're gonna get down to the bottom of this nonsense. And it's replaceable. Here. Oh. What is that in? Dadgummit, forgot which one that was in now. Oh, I don't have that in. That's right. Dang it. Alright, let's go this way.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Nice. There you go. I know that was the one I think you said you didn't like. It's got on the tail end of it. I remember you telling me about that one. I like it though, so. Try and stop me from using it. Alright, I need to go here. I got so much stuff I need to clean up on my desktop. It's not funny. Yeah, definitely work. It does work. So games on Steam. I need this. I need placeables. Oh, I don't want to rename it. Placeables, and I need bunker silo. And I need bunker silo large. Okay. So let's see how the collisions are on this bad boy. So on this one here, rigid body, that has that mask. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, so I might have to try to apply the same type collision on that. Oh, not in a bad way? Yeah. I think it works out pretty good. So I need to apply this bit set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a snippet. Whoops. Take a snippet of this collision mask here. So we don't have, so it's this collision and it's this bit set. So let's take a snippet of that. Let's do it this way. So we're going to do, so hold on to that. We're going to close this out. Whoa, baby. Here, hold on. Do a new. No. And then reopen up our project here. No P right there. This level. Alright, so let's apply to a rigid body that same bit set. We're gonna get this to work. Hey, gummit. Alright, so let's go here. And may not even matter with this anymore, but we'll leave it in there for now. Go in this. There's a mask, and we're going to apply that same bit set that I just snippeted here. Alright, so we need to clear that out. Oops. Now we need 19. Dirty rat, you. Go 19. Oh, so the only difference is 19 on here, and then all the ones on the bottom. That's the only difference between that and static is this one 19, channel 19. Yep, so we just need all these bits on the bottom and 19. Very interesting. Okay, we'll put that collision mask onto it. Oop, and we'll get rid of that. Cool. Now, go ahead and save that. In our mod, yep. I'm gonna double check to make sure the texture's saved right too, just to, it should have. Yep. Fantastic. Alright, so let's go ahead and zip this up and try it. Try this one out. So, Donovan, are you planning on doing anything on your time off? I know there's a few people that I know. I guess they got Monday off because obviously the 4th falls on Monday. Cool. Sunday, my bad. But they have Monday off at least anyway. To the holiday, so that's pretty cool. Let's cut this and put it in our mods folder. Yes, please. Alright, let's go ahead. Load up the game. Second to load on up. And we're gonna try this one out. Now if this don't work, I don't know what the heck. That'd be super weird. Okay, so we'll go into here, save game, down to ease, full bar for win. Yeah, activated. Alright. Ooh, get it loaded up. Got a little bit of stutter or whatever will load in here, but that's about it. Alright, so let's go to here. Miscellaneous. There's play. Uh-oh. I didn't goof again, did I? Son of a gun. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, cool. But it freaked me out there a little bit. It's like it's not doing the... Okay, we're good. Screwed something else. Let's go like this. Oop, got our textures. Sweet. Okay, so now we want to do... So the clear areas are pretty cool. It's got the gravel that goes around the area we defined to be cleared out. Clears out all the grass and put some gravel around the border. Pretty nice. Yeah, I'm almost thinking I might put a door on this thing here to kind of keep it closed until you put conveyor into it. You know, you get whatever you want to put in here so that it doesn't kind of push out, I guess, on the back side here. Because I want, like I was saying, I want to keep. My idea for this was to be able to put a conveyor on the back side. That way, you're not having to put it on the front side here. It's clear. You wouldn't have to have a conveyor coming out front side. Stuck kind of out of the way, in fashion, I guess. That was the idea. Anyway, okay, let's go back to the store. We're gonna get ourselves a truck. Okay, this. And let's oops, this. Go with this one and that one. Okay, and we'll go on over to the store and go pick it up. Yeah, don't mind this heap here. That's I just ran into. For crying out loud. Are you freaking kidding me? On this thing. Gotta love this. Feels. Alright, so I'm gonna approach this one this way. Okay, this up in there. Alright, let's get a cheat in some grass here. closer to that wall to see if it'll actually. Let me unload. Oh. The fact that it kind of goes back and forth with that is kind of weird. I think it might be because I'm so close to that silo auger. I'm not sure. Alrighty then. Nothing. Oh, still bleeding through that wall, you son of a biscuit anyway. I think that's still going through the darn roof. I don't know what the heck, man. Crazy. I'm pretty sure the trailer itself doesn't have. That is super weird. I don't know. Yeah, because the fact that it's still clipping through that wall, that should. I might have to try a different controller. I got another endo, and see if it's what it does. That's weird that it's actually should not to be doing that. Let alone should that be clipping through that. So I'm wondering if this trailer actually has a certain collision map so that it doesn't. That shouldn't, but it might. I got a different trailer. Right. The fact that it's even bleeding through there, that's what the heck. Alright, let's let's just turn that off. I'm gonna get this other trailer that I've got this one here. A little bit shorter, it's not quite as tall when it's dumps, but yeah, so let's go like this. Alright, let's drop that. I think the store's not that far away, huh? Ass. Okay. I just want to see if this trailer will do the same thing as that. I hope this must have hoses on it. Turn off the slow. Hold on a second. Yep. Yep. That's usually a pretty good indication if you're not able to go very fast. As the bog get down there, just like the hoses are. This one might not be, it's definitely not cool. Oh, it's just a little bit shorter. Alright, let's grass over there. Alright. Whoa. Yeah, there might be something with that east dump too. It wasn't So it's here. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's just that trailer. So you definitely can't clip through that. Oh god, stuck. Yep, so I think it's just that trailer doesn't have collision. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, but see how it's bleeding through the wall like that? I mean, fix that problem. I thought by putting that in there for the bunker silo that it would actually fix that, but see, so it's definitely clipping through the one that it should be. That's what we wanted. But as far as the other parts, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I didn't. I kind of backed it. Screwed up. But this gives me more option, I guess, as far as to get out of there. I'm just leave it here then. It's coming all out the back. Yeah, it should not be bleeding through the wall like that. Here. Come on, get out of there. Let's do this. Got a little bit left in there, but that's okay. Yeah, so we still got some issue, I guess, as far as with the collision map. I don't know. Even with this one on here, I figured by putting a bunker silo on that one. Not sure what's up with that. Huh. Anyway, that was definitely an issue with the trailer as far as being able to clip that, because this trailer doesn't have that. That's just the way this trailer got designed as far as the collision map on it itself allows to be able to go just like that, regardless. Which is not a bad thing, I guess. Also flexibility, but okay. Really, I can't figure out why when I put that on as far as why it bleeds out the walls. So that it's not sure why that is. I have to look at that bunker silo one again real quick. How many people we got hanging out there anyway? Might be getting to that point where it's just kind of winding down. I know it's definitely understanding it is the holiday weekend. Okay. Let's do this. See all that nonsense on the desktop there. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna work on figuring out what's up with the, amongst the other things that I need to work on here, I guess, as far as the stream setup. Get that other repaired PC, I guess, to communicate better, I guess, with this new one and vice versa. Glad that all worked out, I guess, as far as being able to run the game. If I did that way, it would listen to that capacity. But I got some things to work on, I guess, with the collisions or that barn. So, yeah, that is it there. Let's look and see who's on. Oh, and let's see here. Let's do this guy. I see how he is. Alright, we're gonna go over there. I see how he's just. Alright. We'll send everybody over there. So everybody we do have in there, I appreciate everybody's dropping on in here. And yeah, so we'll just go over to John. He's playing some what is he? Final Fantasy, I don't know which number. That's too many numbers. Three numbers. Go on over there. Let's do it. I'm gonna do this here. Appreciate everybody that did drop on by to Spline Design Studios Saturday. There's a little bit of extended one there. We had some latecomers, I guess, coming in there. I figured to stick around there for a little bit, and just to kind of make up for, I guess, for all the times we've just had all these hiccups, I guess, in the streams there. It's been super annoying, and I appreciate everybody working with me on that. Let's Yeah, let me do this. Let me go. I'm just gonna go on over here. If you want to come along with me, feel free to. If not, hope you have the fantastic rest of your holiday weekend. And we'll see y'all later. This is where I'm gonna go. Right over there, you can click that link. You guys can go ahead and check him out. That's where I'm gonna go. He's playing some Final Fantasy. Whatever number that is. I know they got quite a few Final Fantasies out there. Again, I appreciate everybody that did stop by for Spline Design Studios. I will be streaming later, I guess, for another rendition of. Hopefully, I got everything figured out though. Spline Design Studios Saturday next week. So hope to see you then. Here, what? Oh, let me put the social medias out there for anybody that doesn't know. I got the links in the channel as well. Not necessarily did put it out there. In case Bot didn't put it out there, there's all the social medias. I am on Rock Nation Discord, Twitter, and also Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. That serves as our forums for the website. We did edit some things to the website, I guess, as far as to repoint, as far as all the Safer Bear project items. That site is now officially closed, but you can get access to it on the Spline Design Studios website on the landing page. So feel free to check that out. It's at your leisure, as well as the social media. I'm going over John Vons and check him out with some Final Fantasy. So I hope to see you over there. Thanks for watching.